Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I'm writing this from my apartment in the city. It's a little after midnight. The TV is off, but the black screen is still reflecting a faint blue glow from the neon sign across the street. Every few seconds, the letters flicker and the light jumps on my living room wall, pulsing like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to me. The air conditioner in the window hums in that low, steady way you stop hearing until it cuts out. The fridge in the kitchen clicks on rattles for a moment, then settles into a soft mechanical buzz. 4 floors below, somebody leans on their car horn, a short, angry blast, and somewhere farther away, a siren winds up and then fades. It's the kind of city soundtrack I used to find comforting proof that I wasn't alone, that other people were awake, moving around in their boxes, doing their own late-night rituals. Lately, I keep catching myself waiting for it all to stop, for the AC to go quiet, for the fridge to die mid-cycle, for the traffic to thin out until there's nothing outside my window but a dead, heavy stillness. That's when the memories come back the hardest. So I'm writing this now, with the AC running the fridge, buzzing the neon bleeding in through the blinds, because if I don't put this somewhere outside my own head, I'm not sure what it's going to do to me. You've probably seen some version of this story already. Maybe you caught a short article about the missing hiker on the Maliho Trail in a sidebar on a news site. Maybe you scrolled past a thread where people argued about whether my original Chinese post was real or just a really committed piece of fiction. This is not that version. This is the part I couldn't fit into a neat paragraph, the part that doesn't belong in a skeptical little box titled, "Probably Dehydration." And before I go any further, I want to say this as clearly as I can. I'm not trying to entertain you. I know how these stories sound. I know how easy it is to file them away under creepypasta or internet horror and move on to the next video, the next tab, the next distraction. If that helps you sleep tonight, go ahead. Call it whatever you need to. But I wasn't sitting in front of a keyboard inventing this when it happened. I was out in the woods, alone, a 40-something office worker with a halfway decent cardio routine and a bad habit of underestimating the weather. I was just trying to take a hike. That's all. I'm 45 years old. Most days, my life fits in a rectangle. The monitor on my desk at work, the windshield of my car in traffic, the frame of our living room TV. If you stood in the hallway outside my office, you'd see a row of doors that all look the same, each one hiding some version of what I do. Desk swivel chair, computer phone. You'd hear the same sounds repeating all the way down the line. Keyboards tapping printers, whining the occasional ring of a desk phone someone forgot to put on silent. My corner smells like burned coffee and dry paper. There's a cheap drip machine on the filing cabinet next to the photocopier, and it's never actually clean. You can taste yesterday's coffee in the fresh pot every morning. The copier has a particular noise it makes when it's about to jam, but everyone in the office hears it a little too late. There's always somebody swearing under their breath as they open it up and pull out a mangled sheet. My day is emails and spreadsheets, phone calls, and quick questions. I do overtime more than I should. Some weeks, I swear my eyes only focus at two distances: the computer screen and the speedometer on my dashboard. I've been married for 12 years. My wife and I live in a small apartment in a busy part of the city. Nothing fancy, one bedroom, a cramped little kitchen overlooking the alley. The walls carry noise, neighbors arguing through too thin drywall, somebody's bass thumping 2 floors down, the upstairs kid sprinting back and forth at midnight. On weekends, the street outside fills with laughter engines, music, the occasional shout. It's not a bad life. It's just loud, constant. Like the volume knob on everything got nudged too far to the right, and nobody remembers how to turn it down. A few years ago, when the overtime started adding up and my sleep started falling apart, I found hiking. At first, it was just local trails on the edge of the city, places where you could walk for an hour and almost forget you were surrounded by millions of people. Then it turned into longer trips. I'd save up days off and string them together, toss a bag in the trunk, and head out to wherever the map showed a stretch of green long enough to swallow me for a while. I liked the simplicity of it. Boots, backpack, trail. The way your world shrinks to the next switchback, the next ridge, the next water source. No notifications, no inbox, no printer jams. Just the sound of your own breathing and whatever the wind felt like saying that day. Every time I came back, I felt reset. Like someone had reached into my skull and wrung out all the stale thoughts. That's what I was looking for when I booked my flight to South China and printed out a handful of blog posts about something called the Mleho Trail. If you've never heard of it, you can look it up right now. On your screen, it will look almost boring in how beautiful it is. Layered hills, green on green, a sinuous strip of dirt winding between them, the South China Sea, glittering off in the distance, like someone spilled silver at the edge of the world. 60+ miles. Forest mountain streams, a long wild arc across the Sai Kung Peninsula. The blogs called it challenging but rewarding. They warned about sudden weather changes, storms that rolled in out of nowhere and left just as fast. They mentioned steep climbs and exposed ridges, the usual stuff. The pictures looked like postcards. Couples in bright jackets, with their arms around each other at scenic overlooks, solo hikers standing on rocks, with their arms spread wide, like they'd just claimed the entire landscape for themselves. One night, sitting at my desk with the office lights already off and the cleaning crew rattling their carts down the hall, I zoomed in on one of those photos until the pixels blurred together. The trailhead sign was just a smudge of brown. The trees were blocks of darker and lighter green. The sky above was a flat, pale strip. If you'd walked past my office door, you would have seen a middle-aged guy in a wrinkled shirt tie loosened, staring too hard at a basic hiking shot. On another tab, I had the weather forecast open. Clear skies, minimal chance of rain. On a third, a travel blog with a clickbait title, 10 Trails in Asia That Will Change Your Life. Mleho was number 3. I almost closed the browser when I saw what someone had put in the comments under one of the posts. Don't go alone. People around Sai Kung call that stretch the Bermuda Triangle of South China. The wording made me roll my eyes. It sounded like something a travel vlogger would make up to get more clicks. Still, I scrolled down looking for more. Most of the replies were jokes. Yeah, sure. And Bigfoot lives in Hong Kong too. Every place is a Bermuda Triangle if you don't bring enough water. There were a few, though, that weren't laughing. Short, stiff sentences from anonymous accounts. My uncle went missing there. Please be careful. Weird place. The forest gets too quiet sometimes. I told myself it was superstition the way every region has its haunted road or cursed lake. I've read stories like that my whole life and never expected to end up in one. I clicked away. After a few minutes, opened my email, answered a couple more messages from my boss so I wouldn't feel guilty about taking time off. Then I booked the trip. At home that night, I spread my gear out on the living room floor while my wife sat on the couch flipping channels. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The AC coughed and grumbled in the window. Somewhere outside, a motorcycle revved too loud and too long. I remember the way my pack looked half full on the carpet. Water bottles lined up like soldiers, trail mix and energy bars, a neatly folded lightweight jacket, a zippered pouch with bandages, antiseptic wipes, painkillers, my headlamp, a knife I rarely needed but always carried, a printed map of the trail edges already getting soft from being handled. My wife glanced over and shook her head. "Another one," she said, but there was a little smile in it. "Just a few days," I told her. "In and out. Good for my heart. My doctor would approve." She snorted. "Your doctor would tell you to stop drinking coffee from a machine that smells like burned rubber first." She wasn't wrong. We went to bed around 11. She fell asleep, fast breathing deep, and even beside me. I lay there staring at the ceiling, watching the headlights from passing cars crawl across the plaster and disappear. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, I got up, padded into the living room, and checked the forecast for the trail again. Still clear, still bright, still safe. I scrolled down to the comment about the Bermuda Triangle of South China, read it one more time, and told myself that the only thing I needed to worry about was my own legs. It's funny looking back how much effort I put into proving to myself that everything was going to be normal. That's the thing I need you to understand before I tell you what happened out there. This didn't start with red flags and ghost stories and me ignoring a wall of obvious warnings. It started with a tired office worker who wanted a long walk in the woods and did the responsible things, checked the weather, told his wife where he was going, packed his bag. A week later, I stepped out of my car onto a dusty little parking lot at the edge of Sai Kung with the trailhead sign in front of me and the sea somewhere beyond the hills. The sky was clear. The air was already warming up. The AC hum I'd fallen asleep to back home was a memory replaced by the chirring of insects and the distant rush of waves. Nothing felt dangerous. Nothing felt special. I want you to know exactly how normal this started before it went wrong. The night before the hike, everything looked so ordinary, it almost feels insulting in hindsight. I was at the dining table with my laptop, open the room, lit by that yellow overhead bulb that makes everything look more tired than it is. The TV was on mute in the background, cycling through late-night game shows and reruns all color and no sound. Outside, some bar down the street had its music turned up just loud enough for the bass to thump through the windows in a dull, steady pulse. On my screen, I had 3 tabs open. The first was a weather site. I refreshed it every couple of minutes, like the forecast might suddenly change and reveal some hidden danger. It didn't. A sunny icon sat on the date I cared about, its little yellow circle, smugly reassuring. Clear skies, it said. Light clouds in the afternoon. Low chance of rain. The second tab was a satellite map of the Sai Kung Peninsula, the Malayo Trail. A thin beige line winding across the screen, like someone had dragged a finger through wet paint. When I zoomed in, I could see contour lines, streams, tiny labels for lookouts and rest areas. When I zoomed out, the trail shrank to a little curve in a huge patch of green. The third tab was a hiking forum thread titled Malajo Trail. Tips first time solo. Somebody had posted a long list of things to bring. Other people chimed in with warnings about blisters, water sources, sunburn. Buried halfway down there was a throwaway comment that said, "Don't listen to the ghost stories. It's just a long walk. Bring enough water and you'll be fine." My mouse clicked between the tabs with a soft, repetitive rhythm forecast map forum repeat. Every now and then, my work email pinged in the background with a little chime like it was offended I dared to close the office door and go home. I ignored it. Behind me, I heard the bathroom door open, the rush of water shutting off in the pipes, then the soft slap of my wife's bare feet on the hallway tile. She padded past me in pajama shorts and an oversized t-shirt towel wrapped around her hair, smelling faintly of soap and the citrus shampoo she always buys. How far this time, she asked as she went by, not even looking at the screen yet. It was the kind of question she'd asked so many times it had its own groove. 100 kilometers, I said a little too casually. But I'm not doing all of it. Just a section. 3 days max. She stopped, turned back, leaned one elbow on the back of my chair so she could peer at the laptop. The weather tab was up again. The stupid little sun. The word clear in green. "That's in Hong Kong, right?" she said. "The trail." "Outside the city," I answered. "Peninsula. Supposed to be beautiful. Ocean views. Forest. Good for my heart." I tapped my chest lightly with the back of my fingers, tried for a joke. "Doctor would be proud." She rolled her eyes. "Your doctor would be proud if you stopped drinking coffee and slept more than 4 hours a night." "Hey," I said, "that's a separate problem." She smiled, but there was a crease between her eyebrows. She probably didn't know she had. She glanced at the map, then at the forecast, then at the forum tab where the words "long but safe and amazing views" were visible in the preview. "You're not going alone without telling anyone exactly where you're going, right?" she said. "I'm telling you," I said. "I'm telling you now." She made a face. "You know what I mean." "I'll send you the GPX file," I said, clicking over to the route map, and the name of the trail, and the nearest police station, and the bus line, and the license plate of every car I parked next to. She smacked the back of my head, lightly affectionate. "Idiot." She started to walk away, then paused in the doorway and said almost offhand, "Just don't disappear on me, okay?" It took me half a second to answer. I laughed, because that's what you do when someone says something that doesn't fit the moment. "Where would I go?" I said, spreading my hands to gesture at the ordinary little room we were standing in. "It's just a hike. I've done worse hikes than this." She nodded, like she believed it, like I believed it. But if I replay that scene in my head now, there's something about the way she was silhouetted in the doorway hallway, light behind her voice already fading as she turned away, that makes my skin crawl. "Don't disappear on me." At the time, it sounded like a joke. Now, it sounds like a line from a warning I didn't take seriously. I packed my bag on autopilot. The backpack itself was a familiar weight black fabric with scuffs on the bottom where I'd set it down on too many rocky trails. I unzipped it and started laying things out on the table beside the laptop, checking them off my mental list. 2 1-liter water bottles. Hard plastic labels peeled away the surfaces cloudy from use. I filled them at the sink, the water knocking against the sides as the levels rose, little movements sloshing inside when I set them down. they made a dull thunk when I put them in the pack, one on each side. Snacks, 2 bags of trail, mix the kind with too many raisins and not enough chocolate. 3 energy bars in crinkly silver wrappers. A small packet of salty crackers. I stacked them in the front pocket so I could reach them easily. A printed map of the trail, folded and refolded until the creases were white and soft. I smoothed it out on the table for a second, tracing the route with my finger. Start at the trailhead. Climb. Follow the ridge. Turn at the river. Simple lines that made the whole thing look manageable, almost tame. First aid kit, a zippered red pouch with a white cross that had gone pink around the edges. Inside bandages, gauze, antiseptic wipes, a small roll of tape, a tiny pair of scissors. Painkillers in a rattling little bottle. I checked the expiration dates, even though I knew they were fine, and put it back together. My headlamp and a small flashlight, both with fresh batteries. I clicked the flashlight on and off twice, listening to the snick of the switch. The beam was bright and clean on the ceiling. I told myself I wouldn't need it for anything more serious than finding my way to the bathroom at a campsite. A compact power bank for my phone, weighty and comforting in my palm. I dropped its cable on top of it, the rubber coating cool to the touch, then pushed both into an inner pocket. My knife, a small folding thing with scratches from a dozen campfires and improvised repairs. I ran my thumb along the spine of the blade, not the edge, feeling the familiar shape of it. By the time I finished, the backpack looked exactly like it had for a dozen other trips. Zippers, closed straps, adjusted pockets, filled. Nothing special, nothing ominous. The laptop chimed softly. An email window popped up in the corner. I minimized it without reading the preview. Whatever it was, it could wait until I was back. I checked the forecast one more time. Sunny, light clouds, low wind, no alerts, no warnings. Then, because something in me was too wired to stop, I typed Maliho Trail Weird into the search bar. Results popped up instantly. A couple of travel blog posts I'd already seen. A discussion thread in English where people swapped stories about sudden rainstorms, getting blisters, someone dropping their phone in a stream, and a handful of links in Chinese I had to copy into a translator. The phrases that came out the other side weren't polished. Forest suddenly quiet. Hours missing, do not know where went. Some locals say, line there is barrier, do not cross. The word barrier stuck with me. I stared at it on the screen for a while, the letters blurring a little, my fingers hovering above the keys. Then I shook my head. I told myself it was superstition layered over normal risks. Heat, getting lost, turning an ankle on a rock, and exaggerating the story later for the internet. I'd done worse hikes than this. I knew how to read a map. I knew my limits. I checked the time at the bottom of the screen. 11:47 p.m. I'd meant to be in bed an hour ago. I closed the tabs, shut the laptop, and let the room fall a little quieter. The TV still flickered on mute, a late-night host waving silently at an invisible audience. The clock on the microwave in the kitchen ticked over to 11:48 with a soft electronic blink. In the bedroom, my wife was already asleep. I slid into bed beside her, trying not to wake her, listening to the muffled sounds of the city pressing in through the window, a bus braking with a low squeal, a taxi horn, someone laughing too loudly on the sidewalk. Somewhere between awake and asleep, I had a brief, sharp spike of doubt. "You don't have to go," some small voice said. "You could wake up in the morning, turn the alarm off, tell your wife you changed your mind, spend the day drinking bad coffee and watching TV instead of chasing some dumb adventure halfway around the world." The thought passed as fast as it came. I'd already booked the tickets. I'd already taken the time off. I'd already told people, yeah, I'm doing this big trail in Sai Kung. It's supposed to be amazing. Turning back over a few spooky comments on the internet felt childish. I fell asleep to the sound of a truck downshifting somewhere outside the engine, rumbling low and long. When I woke up, the alarm on my phone was buzzing, and the sky beyond the curtains was a flat pre-dawn gray. The drive to the trailhead the next morning could have been any early morning drive anywhere. I picked up a rental car from a lot that smelled like oil and old coffee. The attendant handed me the keys with a bored glance at my passport. The engine turned over on the first try, a smooth, impersonal hum. The GPS on the dashboard lit up with a map I didn't recognize, but the formal calm of its digital voice was exactly the same as the one back home. In 200 meters, it said in English, "Turn left." The air conditioning blew cool air on my face, drying the thin film of sweat forming at my hairline. The radio cycled through stations, Cantonese pop, a talk show static, before I settled on something low and instrumental that could sit in the background without demanding attention. Traffic was light at that hour. Red lights blinked to green before I really had time to resent them. I watched scooters weave between cars, buses lumber along their routes, pedestrians hurrying across crosswalks with coffee and phones in hand. At one long light near the edge of the city, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. Eyes, a little shadowed jaw, tight both hands gripping the wheel. For a heartbeat, the thought came again, sharper this time. You could still turn back. No one was in the passenger seat to argue with me. The rental smelled like every other rental car I'd ever driven, plastic, a hint of air freshener, the ghost of someone else's fast food. The GPS voice had no opinion about my existential waffling. The light turned green. Someone in a van behind me tapped their horn, just a little nudging me forward. I went. Half an hour later, at another intersection, where the city was starting to thin into low buildings and patches of green, the same feeling hit me again. A small warning bell, nothing dramatic, just a tightening in my chest and the absurd sudden conviction that if I turned the car around right then and went back to the hotel, some invisible disaster would be neatly avoided. I almost did it. My hand twitched on the wheel. My foot eased off the gas. The light turned yellow, then red. I stopped, watched a line of cars cross in front of me, listened to the rhythmic tick of the blinker. On the side of the road, a dog nosed through a trash bag, plastic crinkling. Two kids on bikes laughed at something only they could see. A woman balanced a bag of groceries on one hip phone, tucked between shoulder and ear. Nothing in the world reacted to my private panic. When the light turned green again, I exhaled and drove through. Looking back, I almost turned around twice at red lights that morning. Twice, I felt that faint little tug, like someone lightly catching my sleeve and saying, "You don't have to go down this road." Twice, I ignored it. The last stretch to the trailhead wound away from the city, the buildings falling away, replaced by low hills and taller trees. The radio faded into static. I turned it off. The only sounds left were the hum of the engine, the whisper of the tires on the asphalt, the soft whoosh of AC through the vents. At the time, it all felt comfortingly normal. That's the part that scares me now. Because a few hours later, I'd be standing at the entrance of the Mallejo Trail, raising my phone to take a picture of the sign, and the sky above me would turn the color of a healing bruise, and the weather, like everything else, after it would stop behaving the way it was supposed to. The road narrowed, and then simply stopped pretending to be city at all. One last bend, one more cluster of low buildings with peeling paint and faded shop signs, and then I was pulling into a small gravel lot carved out at the edge of the hills. It was the kind of trailhead parking area you've seen 100 times if you hike even a little practical, ugly and temporary feeling, like it had been stamped onto the landscape and might be scraped off again at any moment. White lines were painted directly onto the packed dirt and gravel, some half faded so the cars didn't quite line up. A crooked metal pole held a security camera that looked older than the lot itself, a gray bulb with a smudged plastic dome pointed vaguely in the direction of the entrance. On the far side, a dented trash can overflowed with empty water bottles and snack wrappers, the smell of stale sugar mixing with the faint, sour tang of gasoline drifting from a nearby van. I slipped the car into park and turned the engine off. The sudden absence of the AC fan made the air feel thicker, like I'd opened a door into another room. For a moment, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. A few spaces down, someone shut their trunk with a hollow thump. Their key fob chirped 2 quick beeps, and their footsteps crunched on the gravel as they headed toward the trail, the sound fading fast as if the lot swallowed it up. I opened my door and stepped out. The ground under my boots shifted slightly, stones popping and grinding against each other. The air was already warm, but in that gentle 9 a.m. way that promises heat later, rather than shoving it in your face right away. The sky above was a clean, uncomplicated blue. I went around to the back, popped the trunk, and pulled my pack out. It felt familiar against my shoulders when I shrugged it on the weight, settling in all the right places. I tugged the straps tight, listened to the zippers click as I checked them out of habit, then shut the trunk with a solid slam. Beep, beep. The car chirped behind me as I locked it. I glanced up automatically at the security camera. For a second, stupidly, the thought crossed my mind that if something did go wrong, at least there'd be footage of me starting out, evidence I'd been here at all. Then I shook it off and walked toward the trail. The entrance wasn't grand. No big archway or visitor center. Just a weathered wooden sign set back a little from the lot. 2 posts sunk into the soil, the board between them scarred by sun and rain. Mleho Trail, 100 kilometers, was carved into it in English and Chinese, the letters darkened with paint that had started to peel at the edges. Someone had stuck a couple of faded stickers near the bottom, a brand logo I recognized from a hiking store, and another one that was just a stylized mountain with some characters I couldn't read. Next to the sign was a plastic box mounted on a metal pole, the kind that usually holds paper maps or emergency information. The clear front was cloudy with age scratched and slightly yellowed. Inside, there were a few laminated sheets showing the trail route, some safety symbols, and a warning about unpredictable weather printed in neat bureaucratic font. I stepped under the little scrap of shade cast by the sign and looked past it. The trail itself was narrow at first, just a strip of packed dirt winding between the trees and disappearing around a bend. The ground was dappled with light and shadow. The sun filtered through overlapping leaves. For a moment, I just stood there watching the place where the path vanished, feeling that familiar pull in my chest. Then I remembered my phone. I slid it out of the pocket on my waist belt, woke the screen up, and framed the shot like I had a dozen times on other trips sign. On the left trail, snaking away on the right, a wedge of sky above the tree line. I pressed the shutter. The artificial click sounded small and bright in the quiet. That photo is still on my phone. Sometimes I stare at it longer than is healthy, trying to decide if there's something in the shadows I didn't see then. Some hint of what was waiting a few miles in. A darker patch between the trunks. A shape that doesn't quite match the branches around it. If there is, I still haven't found it. Back then, the only thing I saw when I checked the image was a promise. A long walk, a few days away from my inbox, something beautiful to post later, with a smug little caption about getting offline. As I stood there, flicking through the settings, a sentence from one of the forum threads floated up in my mind. People around there call it the Bermuda Triangle of South China. I'd read that line 3 or 4 times, tongue-in-cheek eye roll firmly engaged. It had felt like the author of the post was trying to dress up a simple piece of geography in a Halloween costume. I'd even clicked into the replies looking for stories to match the dramatic name, and all I'd found were vague remarks and secondhand anecdotes. We like to put names like that on things. It makes them exciting. It makes them marketable. It makes them safe in a strange way. If you can give your fear a catchy label, you can pretend it's a joke. Standing at the trailhead with my pack on and my car behind me and the day just beginning, I thought about that nickname and snorted under my breath. If this is the worst triangle I've been in, I remember thinking I'll be lucky. I should have taken it more seriously. It was exactly 9:03 a.m. when the sky changed. I know because I checked my watch almost immediately afterward, like the time of day might have some explanation buried in it. One moment, the light was normal, the kind you get on a clear mid-morning bright, but still a little soft. Shadows were crisp under the trees, but not harsh. The air felt warm on the back of my neck, but not oppressive. The next, it was like someone had slid a pane of tinted glass between the sun and the earth. The blue went sickly. The entire sky shifted toward a greenish, bruised color, not natural storm gray, but something thicker and more chemical. The leaves above me went from bright jade to a dull, flat shade that made my stomach clench for reasons I couldn't articulate. Wind hit the lot in a single solid shove. The trees around the trailhead bent and shuddered branches, whipping leaves tearing free in sheets. The plastic map box rattled against its pole. A plastic bag skittered across the gravel and took off into the air like it had grown wings. The sound came after. First, a rising roar of wind through the canopy, the kind that turns every individual leaf into part of one huge hissing voice. Then the clack and crack of branches knocking together a few sharp snaps that could have been twigs breaking or something larger giving way deeper in the forest. And then thunder. Not a distant rumble, not the polite grumble of a far-off storm rolling in over the sea. This was a single violent detonation, directly overhead, so loud my body reacted before my brain did. My shoulders jerked up around my ears. My knees flexed. I felt the sound in my teeth, in the back of my skull, in the hollow of my chest. For a second, I was sure something had exploded right above me. A transformer, a plane something. The ground shivered under my boots, a subtle vibration, like a heavy truck passing close by. A swirl of leaves and dust spun up from the trail and whirled around the signpost, stinging my bare forearms, before blowing past me toward the lot. Cold chased the wind. The temperature dropped so fast, goosebumps rose on my arms. I stared up at the sky, swallowing hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The forecast I'd checked the night before flashed across my mind. Sunny, light clouds, low chance of rain. No mention of this, no emerald bruise smeared across the horizon, no thunder. that felt like artillery. I glanced back at my car, at the safety of its metal shell, and its AC vents, and its lockable doors. I could get back in. I could wait it out. I could drive away, chalk it up to weird local weather, and find another trail, another day. My heart was hammering too fast, each beat a little spike of adrenaline. I could feel sweat starting at my temples, despite the sudden chill, a fine dampness forming under the straps of my pack. My breathing had gone shallow, without me noticing little quick pulls that didn't seem to satisfy my lungs. I told myself this was just surprise, just the shock of the difference between what you expect and what actually hits you. I told myself storms can form quickly anywhere, that the phrase unpredictable weather on the laminated sheet under the plastic had to mean something. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. There wasn't a gradual easing, no slow dimming of the wind, no countdown from angry to calm. It was like somebody flicked a switch. The roar cut off mid-breath. 1 second the trees were thrashing, the next they were standing still, leaves hanging in the air like nothing had ever disturbed them. The strange green light dissolved, bleeding back into ordinary blue. The smell of ozone that had just started to sting my nose thinned and vanished. The silence that followed wasn't like the silence on the trail later. It was the shocked, almost ringing absence of noise after something too loud. My ears hummed faintly. My brain scrambled to fill in the gap. I looked around the lot, expecting to see toppled branches or at least a scattering of twigs. There were a few new leaves on the gravel, but not the kind of mess that matched the violence of what I'd just heard and felt. I checked my watch. Barely a minute had gone by. I stood there for a while, just breathing, watching the sky, waiting for the light to go wrong again, for the wind to sucker punch me one more time. Nothing happened. After 3, maybe 4 minutes of perfectly normal morning, the rational part of my brain cleared its throat. Weird, it said, but not impossible. Microbursts, local storms. Weather is strange. You knew that. I took my phone out, thumb, swiping the screen awake. My hands were steadier than I expected. I opened the photo I'd taken a few minutes earlier of the trailhead sign and the path disappearing into the trees. It looked almost identical to the world in front of me now. Blue sky, green leaves, neat text on wood. I flipped to the camera again, took a second picture from the same spot. In this one, if you look closely, my pack strap is crooked, and there's a single leaf, mid-fall, in the upper corner. That's the only difference. I uploaded it to my social feed out of habit. Strange weather, I typed, but I'm going in anyway. I hesitated for half a second, then hit post. A moment later, a reply popped up from my wife. Just a neutral, little yellow face with a sweat drop on its forehead and a thumbs up. I stared at that tiny, harmless emoji for longer than I want to admit now. If you wanted to map out where this story really starts, you could point at a lot of moments: me booking the flight, me lacing up my boots, me ignoring the word barrier in a translated comment, but standing there, under a sky that had just turned sickly green and then snapped back to blue, like nothing had happened. Phone in my hand, pack on my shoulders, trail yawning open in front of me, and choosing to step forward anyway. That was the first clear warning. It felt like a glitch in the world, and I walked straight through it. For the first hour, it was exactly what I needed. The trail slipped under my boots, like it had been waiting for them. The dirt was firm, but not hard springy in the way ground gets after just enough rain a few days before. Each step landed with a soft thud, a small puff of dust here, a crunch of old leaves. They're all of it swallowed up into a wider blend of forest sound. The air in the trees smelled alive, not like the city where the air tastes like exhaust and fryer oil, and too many people breathing the same stale oxygen but sharp and green. Pine sap, damp earth, something faintly floral beneath it all, maybe some tiny wildflowers pushing up through the undergrowth that I never did see. Sunlight broke into pieces above me. High up the sky was still that clear, unbothered blue, but down here it arrived through gaps in the canopy, in scattered beams, stripes of pale gold slanting across the path. Dust motes and tiny insects floated in those shafts, turning slowly, catching the light, like they'd forgotten anything existed outside of that one bright column. I took a breath and felt my shoulders drop a notch. There were birds somewhere overhead, not close, not so loud that they stole attention, just a steady thread of chirps and calls woven into the rustle of leaves. In the distance, a stream made a sound like torn paper, a constant tearing whisper as water worked over rocks. The wind moved through the branches in a way you only really notice when you've spent too long under ceilings. I listened, and I could hear layers. In the city, noise is one thick thing, a single roar made of engines and voices and horns and mechanical whines you stop trying to separate. Out here, everything had its own space. The pebbles under my soles, the wing beat of a startled bird flitting from one tree to another, the soft tick of my trekking pole when it tapped a root. It felt like my ears kept expanding, taking back territory they'd given up. At some point, I realized I was smiling. I don't know exactly when my thoughts shifted from the trail to the life I'd stepped away from, but they did. Walking has a way of pulling old noise out of your head so you can look at it from a distance. I thought about my office, the fluorescent lights that buzz just above the frequency you notice until you're sitting in silence somewhere else and your brain wonders what's missing. The copier that coughed and snarled every third morning. The nervous laughter in meetings when somebody asked for just one more little favor that everyone knew meant 2 weeks of extra work. I thought about the subway shoulder to shoulder with strangers trapped in that metallic tube of recycled air, staring at the ads for things I didn't want, and scrolling past news stories I'd forget in an hour. The screech of metal on metal as the train pulled into a station. The way people's faces would light up in the dark tunnel from their phones, pale and ghostly, while the world outside the windows rushed by unseen. Here, there was none of that. No announcements, no schedule, no obligation to respond to anything faster than my own heartbeat. Just the trail, the trees, the sky. I wasn't checking my phone for messages. I wasn't mentally drafting emails. The only rhythm that mattered was my own breathing, and the simple equation of effort and reward: push up this incline, earn this view. Take this turn, find this patch of shade. A little way, in the forest, opened up on the left. The trail edged closer to a drop, the trees thinning, so that between them I could see water, wide and flat, and blue-gray, the surface broken into a million tiny flashes of light where the sun hit waves. The South China Sea spread out there like it had been painted at the bottom of the hills. I walked closer to the edge, careful but not nervous, and let myself look. The line where sea met sky was hazy, more suggestion than border. A few white specks moved out there, boats or ships too far to make out in detail. The wind coming up off the water carried a faint salt smell, different from the sweet green of the forest. It slid over my face and into my hair, cooling the sweat gathering along my hairline. Behind me, Footsteps scuffed on the dirt. I turned my head. A pair of younger hikers came into view around the bend, maybe late 20s, both carrying day packs, dressed in the kind of colorful performance clothing you buy when you're both practical and proud to be practical. One of them had a camera slung around his neck, the kind with a lens big enough to suggest he knew what he was doing. We traded that small universal trail smile, the one that says, "I see you. I'm not going to bother you, but we're in this weird human and nature thing together." "Morning," one of them said, in accented English as they passed. "Morning," I replied. They moved on, voices dropping into a low murmur as they talked to each other in a language I only half understood. Their words fading into the creak of their packs and the rhythm of their boots. They were real, solid, ordinary. No eerie eye contact, no cryptic comments, no lingering looks at the hills like they'd seen something that I hadn't. Just two people out for a hike on a nice day. If you're waiting for the first hint of wrongness, it doesn't start here. I lingered at that overlook for a minute, took a photo of the ocean framed by trees, then another of the trail curling away ahead. The light was good, the kind photographers get up early, for painting everything with this clean, forgiving glow that made even the rocks and roots look inviting. I kept going. The path rose and fell in gentle waves. Sometimes it slipped back under full tree cover, the air going cooler and tasting greener, the sunlight thinning into a soft wash. Sometimes it broke out onto open stretches where the sun hit the back of my neck, and I felt the sweat between my shoulder blades start to trickle down in slow, ticklish lines. I stopped when the mood took me, not because a schedule told me to. Twice I sat on rocks that had been warmed by the sun and ate a small handful of trail mix, the nuts and dried fruit sticking to my molars, the chocolate going just soft enough to be messy. Once I knelt by a small stream, cupped my hand, and splashed cold water on my face, listening to it patter back into the flow. I took more photos than I needed. A twisted tree root that looked like a frozen wave. A shaft of light that turned a patch of moss into something from a fantasy movie. A spiderweb strung between two branches, each strand beaded with tiny droplets of moisture that caught the light like a string of pearls. Everything about it felt unremarkably perfect. No sudden chill for no reason. No crows gathering in ominous silence on a branch. No weird carvings on the trees or out-of-place objects tucked into the roots. I didn't catch shapes in the corner of my eye that vanished when I turned my head. I didn't feel watched. If anything, I felt ignored. Like the forest was busy being a forest, and I was just another set of feet passing through. At one bend, the trail pinched closer to another drop-off. This one was higher, the view more dramatic. I could see the coastline, now the curve of land, the white lace of surf, where waves crashed against rocks far below. The wind was stronger here, tugging at my shirt, flapping the loose strap on my pack against my side. I leaned on one trekking pole and watched a long, slow swell roll and rise break and crumble into white. The sound reached me a second or two later, a soft, distant boom that undercut the chirps and rustles of the forest behind me. I remember thinking very clearly, this was a good idea. Not, this is risky. Not, this is spooky. Just a quiet satisfaction that I had gotten out of my office, out of my apartment, flown across an ocean, and found a place where my brain could finally stop vibrating. I pulled out my phone, checked the time, took another photo just because. The signal bars were low, but still there. A text from my wife sat at the top of the screen from earlier that morning. "Send me a picture when you get somewhere pretty I typed back, "Pretty enough," and attached the shot of the ocean and the cliff. A minute later, even with the weak reception, her reply came through. A heart. "Then be safe." I smiled, slipped the phone back in my pack, and started walking again. There's a temptation, when you tell a story like this, to go back and sprinkle foreshadowing over everything. To pretend there were signs, I miss little ominous details that a more careful person would have seen. It makes the narrative feel cleaner. It gives you the illusion that in some universe, the main character could have made a different choice. I won't do that here. For that first hour, it was just a hike. A good one. The kind of morning thousands of hikers have had on thousands of trails all over the world. The ground under my feet was real. The air in my lungs was clean. The sounds around me were full birds, bugs, water, wind so full, I didn't understand how terrifying their absence would become later. I put one foot in front of the other, the way you do when the trail is long but clear, and I let my mind drift into that easy, satisfied space where nothing exists except the next rise, the next turn, the next view. Nothing about that hour warned me that up ahead, on a particular hill I hadn't reached yet, everything I understood about time was going to break. The hill didn't look like anything special. If you'd shown me a picture of it without context, I would have put it somewhere in the mildly annoying but manageable category. The kind you see on day hikes all the time. The trail tilted upward at a steady angle, not a wall, just a long, patient climb. The dirt underfoot was drier here, more tan than dark brown, and knotted with roots that had pushed up over the years, thick twisting ropes of wood crossing the path at odd angles. A few flat rocks had settled into the slope and over time been turned into rough steps by boots like mine. Someone had wedged one of them more securely, with smaller stones, probably after a rainy week when it had slid loose. I'd climbed steeper, uglier hills than this. I'd cursed at switchbacks that seemed designed by someone who hated knees. Compared to those, this was almost friendly. It just kept going. At the base, I slowed my pace a little more out of habit than necessity. I shifted my pack, took a breath, and started up, letting my body fall into the familiar rhythm, step plant push. My right foot found a root. My left landed on a rock. My trekking pole clicked against what passed for a stair. The forest was still doing its thing around me. Birds chattered somewhere up and to the right. Insects buzzed in the undergrowth. The breeze worked its way through the branches above in soft, intermittent waves. The sound of the distant stream was fainter here, but I could still catch it when everything else paused. I climbed. My legs warmed the muscles in my calves and thighs, stretching and contracting in ways they'd done 1,000 times before. My breathing picked up from an easy stroll to the first level of exertion, the one where you're aware you're working, but not yet suffering. It was in every way that mattered just another hill. The first hint that something was wrong came as a shrug of extra warmth across the back of my neck. Nothing dramatic, just a little shift, like the sun had pushed through a thin veil of cloud and decided to get serious. I felt the sweat that had been collecting along my hairline start to slide down the sides of my face. A tiny trickle worked its way between my shoulder blades. I figured I'd misjudged the time. Maybe it was closer to midday than I thought. Maybe the canopy was thinner here, letting more light in. I adjusted the brim of my hat, wiped my forehead with the back of my hand, and kept going. The warmth didn't stay on my neck. It thickened, spread. At first, it was like walking into a patch of air someone else had just breathed out, that faint, stale heat you pass through when you step into a crowded subway car. The kind that makes you instinctively want to step back out again. Except there was nowhere to step back to that wasn't also on this hill. By the time I was a third of the way up, the feeling had gone from warmer to weird. Heat wrapped itself around my chest like a shawl someone was tightening. It wasn't the direct, honest burn of sunlight on skin. It was ambient, radiating from nowhere and everywhere at once. The air felt thicker, not just hotter, like it had picked up weight. And I was trying to breathe through something that wasn't meant for lungs. I slowed, not because my legs needed it, but because the rest of me did. My heart was pounding faster than the slope warranted, thudding against my ribs in a way that felt a half step off from my footsteps. I told myself I was being dramatic. "You're fine," I muttered under my breath. "It's just a hill." The trail rose in front of me in a steady, taunting line, roots and rocks mapped out like a series of choices. My boots found the next one, then the next, my body moving out of habit even as my mind started to fuzz at the edges. The sounds of the forest began to pull away. It wasn't that they stopped exactly. They just receded. The birdsong thinned, as if the birds had flown a mile farther off. The insect buzz dulled, like someone had shut a door between us. Even the wind seemed to quiet the hissing in the leaves, softening into something more like a memory of itself. In their place, another sound grew louder, the internal drum of my own body. My breath suddenly too loud in my ears. Air going in and out, but not enough, never enough. The pulse in my temples, a dull, insistent throb. The faint roar of blood in my ears swelling to fill the space the forest was abandoning. By halfway up, sweat wasn't just trickling, it was pouring. It ran down my spine, soaked the back of my shirt under the pack, gathered in the waistband of my shorts. My palms were slick inside my grips on the trekking poles, my fingers slippery when they brushed the strap of my pack to readjust it. I could smell myself salt, and something sharper, the sour edge of a body being pushed harder than it should be. Under it, another smell crept in. The earth itself seemed to exhale a warmer scent, dry and dusty, with a faint tang like stone left too long under a relentless sun. It made me think of old attics and asphalt parking lots, at noon places where the heat doesn't just sit on the surface, but soaks in and then pushes back out. My head started to buzz. At first, it was a light, irritating hum, like a fluorescent bulb about to die somewhere directly over my skull. Then it thickened into something more like bees behind glass, contained but not reassuring. I stopped. I planted both trekking poles, let the straps of my pack take more of my weight, and just stood there for a second, sucking air. I tilted my head back, squinting up through the branches. The sky I could see through the leaves was the same uncomplicated blue it had been at the trailhead. No clouds suddenly massing, no obvious explanation for why the air felt like someone had set an invisible heater to max and forgotten to turn it off. My heart jackhammered. Sweat trickled into my eyes, stinging. My shirt clung to me, every movement, a small, sticky drag. I felt like I'd just sprinted up several flights of stairs, not walked up a hill, at the speed a careful hiker uses when he's in it for the long haul. I fumbled for one of the bottles on the side of my pack, unscrewed the lid with fingers that didn't feel entirely trustworthy, and took a long pull. The water was lukewarm, but it might as well have been ice. I swallowed greedily, gulp after gulp, until the feeling that my mouth was lined with cotton started to recede. I poured a little into my palm, splashed it on my face. It evaporated faster than it should have, the coolness gone, almost as soon as it arrived. I told myself what any rational person would tell themselves: you're overheated, slow down, rest in the shade, give your body a second. So I did. I moved 2 steps to the side, where a particularly thick tree offered a narrow streak of shadow across the trail. I leaned against it, pressing my shoulder into the rough bark, let my eyes close for a count of 10. 1, 2, 3. My breath still too fast, refusing to match the slow tempo I was counting at. 4, 5, 6. The buzzing in my head refusing to dim. 7, 8, 9. The feeling of my shirt sticking tighter, like someone was ironing it to my skin from the inside. By 10, I realized something that made my stomach sink. Standing still wasn't helping. If anything, it was worse. The heat didn't lift, didn't slide off me the way it usually does when you stop moving and give your muscles a break. It pressed in harder, as if the act of pausing had given it permission to notice me more. It felt like the air itself was radiating against my skin, not from above, but from all directions at once. My calves, which should have been grateful for the pause, felt like they'd been wrapped in warm, wet towels. My hands, hanging loosely by my sides, now tingled with a prickling numbness that had nothing to do with cold. A wave of dizziness washed over me, fast and disorienting. The trail tilted just a fraction, like the entire hill had shifted under its own weight. I opened my eyes, grabbed the tree harder than I meant to bark, biting into my palm. The forest around me swam for a second. The trunks seemed to lean and correct themselves like actors who'd missed their marks and hurried back into place before anyone noticed. Colors brightened unnaturally, greens, 2 green shadows, 2 black, then snapped back to normal. I could hear nothing but my own body. No birds, no bugs, no wind. Even the faint, familiar sound of water from far below had vanished. It was like someone had put a thick pair of hands over my ears, and all the outside sounds had been pushed to arm's length. The only thing that made it through clearly was the ruthless mechanical work of my own heart and lungs. I took another gulp of water, forced myself to swallow slowly this time. The liquid slid down my throat and landed in my stomach like a stone in a pond, ripples of nausea spreading out from the impact. "This is dumb," I said out loud, my voice oddly flat in the muffled air. "You're not 20. You should have trained more. You should have taken it slower." Except I knew my body. I knew what it felt like to be out of shape, and this wasn't it. This was something skewed in equation that didn't balance a hill that looked like a 5 out of 10, but felt like a 12. Work that should have cost me a light sweat and a measured breath, instead cashing out in pounding heart and cotton head, and a heat that didn't belong to the sun. I pushed off the tree and took a few more steps up, stubbornness in every movement. My boots found the next root, then the next rock. The trail kept going, curving up and away, and pride wouldn't let me turn back before I'd even seen what was at the top. With every step, the air thickened. My thoughts, which had been sharp that morning, began to smear like ink in water. Simple things. How far have I gone? How much higher is it? Do I need to stop now? Felt like questions from a test I hadn't studied for. The heat wasn't on me anymore. It was around me, inside me, as if I'd stepped out of the world I knew and into a pocket of atmosphere that didn't understand how human bodies were supposed to work. That was the last clear thought I remember having before the hill really started to do what it came here to do. The moment where things tipped didn't announce itself. There was no sharp pain, no dramatic crack of lightning, no voice from the trees telling me to stop. It was just one more step on that hill. I remember lifting my right foot like any other, planting it on the next patch of dirt between two roots. My boot came down heel first, a little heavier than it should have, and for a fraction of a second, I felt the ground push back in the normal way. Then my vision narrowed, not all at once, not like a curtain slamming down, more like someone was slowly tightening a camera lens around me. The edges of the world started to blur and darken the trees at the sides of the trail, softening into indistinct green and brown shapes. My focus locked in on a small, stupid detail, a bead of sweat hanging on the edge of my right eyebrow, fat and clear tremoring with each heartbeat, before it finally let go and slid down toward my eye. The forest sounds already distant stepped even farther back. The birds that had been a faint, scattered chorus became individual notes with too much space between them, then faded altogether. The insect buzz flattened into a low background hum. Even the wind seemed to retreat, leaving the leaves above me unnaturally still. In their place, one sound surged up and filled everything my heart beat. Thud, thud, thud. It roared in my ears, too loud, too close, like someone had taken the world's volume knob and turned everything else down to make room for it. Each beat was a physical event, a small internal punch against my ribs, a pulse in my throat, a dull, echoing knock in my skull. I took another step. The hill tilted a little more than it should have. The line where the trail met the trees didn't sit flat in my vision. It leaned, then teetered, then tried to correct itself in a slow, nauseating wobble. My trekking pole came down a fraction of a second too late, the tip skidding against a rock instead of planting firm. Behind my eyes, something buzzed harder, like a swarm of metal bees trying to escape. My mouth was dry, despite the water I'd just choked down. My tongue felt thick and clumsy, pressed against the roof of my mouth. My chest tightened, not in a sharp stabbing way, but in a slow, constricting band that made every inhale feel like it was pushing against rubber. I remember thinking, in a weirdly calm tone that didn't match the panic in my body, "You're going to pass out on a hill. Don't be stupid. Sit down." I tried. My knees didn't quite get the message. Instead of a deliberate lowering of my weight to the ground, what happened next felt like someone else was moving my body in slow motion and doing a bad job. My left boot caught on a raised root I should have seen. The sensation of my toe snagging was strangely crisp, a small, precise snag in a world that had gone blurry. My balance pitched forward. Instinct sent my right hand out searching for the trunk of a nearby tree, but I misjudged the distance by inches. My fingers closed on air. There was a moment, the smallest sliver of time, where I hung between standing and falling. The world around me froze in high definition. A single leaf detached from a branch above, twisting lazily as it dropped. I watched it spin its veins dark against the lighter green, a pinprick of sunlight catching on its edge. A fly traced a tiny, aimless pattern in front of my face, its wings beating faster than my brain could process. Under my shifting boots, small stones scraped against each other, the sound a gritty, delicate rattle that seemed magnified, like someone had put a microphone right next to them. And all through it, the relentless drum inside my chest, thud, 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 like a countdown to something I couldn't see. Then the balance tipped the rest of the way. My right knee buckled, my trekking pole slid sideways metal, screeching briefly against rock before it escaped my grip entirely. I had just enough awareness to think, this is going to hurt, before gravity did what gravity always does. I felt the moment my boots left their purchase on the ground, felt the sick, weightless lurch of my body moving without any control from me. My pack shifted, dragging my shoulders back, turning what might have been a stumble into a full-body spill. The first impact was my left shoulder and side hitting the dirt. The blow knocked a sharp, percussive grunt out of me air, punched from my lungs in a single, ungraceful sound. The next was my hip, then my knee, then the back of my head, as it bounced off something hard hidden under the thin layer of soil. There was a flurry of smaller details, the scratch of a branch against my cheek, the sudden sharp sting on the back of my hand as it scraped across a rock, the weight of my pack briefly slamming down on top of me as momentum carried it over. My trekking pole clattered somewhere off to the side metal on stone, a clinking rattle that seemed to go on too long. Then everything went black. Not dim, not foggy, not weirdly colored, not like sleep, with its soft edges and vague awareness of time passing. Just gone. No dreams, no drifting, no sense of my body lying on the trail, no awareness of whether my heart was still hammering or if anything around me moved. It was as if someone had unplugged me from the world and from myself in the same instant. I don't know how long I was nowhere. When awareness came back, it did it in pieces. First, there was the pressure on my face, a cool, slightly damp resistance against my cheek and the side of my nose. Something tickled my skin, thin blades pressing and bending with each breath. For a second, without opening my eyes, my brain went to the bed at home, the pillow, the sheets, the familiar weight of a mattress. Then a smell cut through that fantasy and snapped everything back into focus. Dirt, cold, and mineral, and a little sour, with the faint undertone of old leaves and something starting to rot. Grass not freshly cut and domesticated, but wild with that sharp green bite that gets into your sinuses. My lungs dragged in a breath, and it felt like I was inhaling the forest floor. My eyelids felt heavy gummy with sleep or sweat, but I forced them up. The world that swam into focus was sideways at first, a smear of brown and green that resolved itself into individual blades of grass, pushed up against my face, bent under my cheekbone. My first attempt to move was clumsy. Every muscle complained. My arms felt like they'd been left out overnight and rusted. My legs were vague, distant weights attached to me by reluctant tendons. I rolled onto my back in increments, each shift sending a dull ache through a new part of me. My breath came rough and loud, chest rising and falling like I'd just sprinted instead of been unconscious. When I finally lay flat staring up, the first thing I registered was the sky. It was black, not darkening, not streaked with late afternoon shadow. Fully, completely dark. No trace of the pale, forgiving blue I remembered from the hill. No softened edges of clouds catching the last light. Just a broad, blank slab of night with a few hard pinpricks of stars cutting into it. For a few seconds, my brain tried to make that fit into a normal explanation. The storm came back, it suggested. The clouds rolled in heavier this time. You're just under a thick cover. That's why it looks like that. But the more I stared, the more that didn't hold. The edges of the treetops around my field of vision were silhouettes, now black shapes layered on darker black. There was no glow behind them, no hint of something brighter waiting to break through. Slowly, clumsily, I turned my head. The movement made my neck protest with a stiff pulling pain, but I managed it. The forest around me was shadowed shapes stacked on shapes. Somewhere above, branches crossed and tangled, but their leaves were just outlines now, not colors. I felt for my chest ribs, arms checking for the bright, sharp pain of something broken. There were aches, yes, a throbbing at the back of my skull. A hot sting on the skin of my palms. A dull bruise blooming along my side, but nothing that screamed emergency in the way a snap bone would. My breathing was still too loud. I tried to slow it, counting in my head, but my heart was having none of it. It banged away in my ribcage stubbornly, out of sync with the numbers. How long? My voice came out as a croak. I cleared my throat, the sound rough in the quiet. How long was I out? It was a ridiculous question to ask the dark, but I needed something out loud, something to pin the moment to. My watch was under my sleeve. My phone was somewhere in my pack. The idea of reaching for either felt absurdly difficult for a moment, like asking a newborn deer to stand. I forced my right hand to move fingers, fumbling for the zipper on my pack's chest strap. The plastic tab felt weirdly foreign under my touch. I slid it down, yanked at the strap until I could wriggle one arm out, then the other. The pack slumped to the side with a soft thud. Turning onto my left elbow, I pawed at the side pocket where I always kept my phone. The familiar rectangle slid against my fingertips, and for the first time since I woke up, a thin thread of relief cut through the confusion. I pulled it out, thumb shaking as I hit the power button. The screen flared to life in the dark, a sudden square of cold bluish light that felt almost obscene against the natural black around me. For a second, spots danced in my vision, but then the numbers sharpened. 8:00 p.m. Exactly. I stared at that timestamp, waiting for my brain to do the math. It refused. The numbers sat there bold and unbothered, while my thoughts stumbled around them. Last I remembered checking, it had been around 9 a.m., maybe a little after. I'd been climbing, sweating annoyed, but fine. Then heat, then dizziness, then the fall. There was no place in that sequence for 11 missing hours. Something not physically, but in my understanding, snapped. It was a small internal crack, like a piece of glass that had taken a hit but not shattered yet. A hairline fracture in the structure of how the world works. I could feel it, a jagged little line that separated you, tripped and hit your head from you lost almost half a day in a blackout with no dreams and no warning. For a long moment, I just sat there in the dark, the phone's glow lighting my hands and the front of my shirt, my breath loud, my heart louder. The forest around me, a ring of silent shadow that did not react. Time which had felt so solid, that morning wristwatch, GPS alarm clock, all those comforting numbers suddenly seemed less like a straight road and more like a floor I wasn't sure would hold my weight anymore. Then in the middle of that realization, my phone vibrated violently in my hand. The screen flashed the time, shrinking up to make space for an incoming call. My wife's name lit up in bright letters against the dark. And with that, all the terrifying abstraction of lost hours snapped into something much more immediate. I was supposed to be home. My wife's name lit up on the screen like a flare. For a stupid half second, I just stared at it the way you stare at an incoming call when you're trying to decide if you have the energy to talk. Except this wasn't a sales number or my boss. This was the person who thought I was on my way home hours ago. The phone buzzed again in my hand. My thumb moved on its own, a reflex honed by 1,000 ordinary evenings. I answered. "Hey," I said, and even to my own ears, my voice sounded wrong, too dry, too far away. I cleared my throat and tried again, lighter, like nothing was wrong. "Hey, what's up?" There was a tiny delay, The overseas connection, stretching the silence just enough to make it feel fragile. Then her voice came through familiar and sharp with worry. "What's up?" she repeated. "Where are you? Do you know what time it is?" Behind her, I could hear the faint sounds of our apartment, the TV murmuring, low a pot, clinking against something in the kitchen, the hum of our own old AC. It punched straight through the dark around me, an audio postcard from a world where time still behaved itself. I swallowed hard. "Yeah, I know," I said quickly. I'm still on the trail. You're still hiking." The pitch of her voice jumped. "You said you'd be back at the trailhead by late afternoon. You were supposed to text me from the car." I know. I tried to catch my breath, make it sound more like a normal hiker's breath, and less like someone who had just realized he'd misplaced 11 hours. I misjudged how long the loop would take. That's on me. "Is everything okay?" she asked. There was a pause, long enough for me to hear her footsteps across our floor, the little squeak from the board near the hallway. "You sound off." "I'm fine," I lied. The words slipped out smooth and practiced. "Just tired. It's been a long day." There was a rasp of fabric like she was tugging at the bottom of her shirt, something she did when she was nervous. "It's dark here," she said. "It's like 8. You should be done. Are you lost?" I looked around at the shadows crowding the trees at the slice of black sky overhead. Lost felt like the wrong size for whatever this was. Lost implied the world still made sense, and you were just in the wrong part of it. "No," I lied again, more specifically this time. "Not lost. I'm on my way back right now. I'm already turning around." It wasn't exactly untrue. I was planning to turn around. I just hadn't stood up yet. There was a hitch in her breathing. "You're sure?" "Sure," I said, forcing a little laugh. I had to stop for a bit, that's all. Overdid it on one of the hills. You know me trying to pretend I'm still 20. "That's not funny," she said quietly. I know. My hand tightened on the phone. My knuckles felt stiff, the skin over them tight from the fall. "Listen, I'm going to start heading back as soon as we're off the call. It'll take me a couple of hours to reach the car. Worst case 3. I'll text you when I'm there." You said that before she whispered. There was a clatter in the background metal on countertop, like she'd forgotten she was holding something. I pictured the kitchen light over her head, the one with the slightly yellow bulb, the microwave clock winking its green numbers at her. "I know," I said again. "I'm sorry. I messed up the timing. But I'm okay. No injuries. I've got my headlamp. I've got water. It's just dark now, that's all. I'll be back at the parking lot before you've finished rewatching whatever show you're on." She let out a breath that tried to be a laugh and failed halfway. "I hate this," she said. "You being out there and me just sitting here. I almost called someone. The police. I was about to." A small, cold bead of guilt slid down my spine, almost as tangible as the sweat had been earlier. "I'm glad you called me first," I said. "Give me a chance to screw up my courage before strangers have to hear me wheeze into the phone." "Don't joke," she said, but there was a tiny release in her tone now. The fact that I was making dumb jokes meant her world was still spinning the way it was supposed to. "What about the weather?" It said it might rain. I glanced up automatically, though the black didn't give me any clues. The air felt neutral now. Not hot, not cold, just heavy. "Sky looks clear," I said. "No storms. I'll be fine. I'll be home before midnight. Worst case. Okay." There was a rustle, like she'd shifted the phone from one ear to the other. When she spoke again, her voice was a little steadier. "Promise me you'll go slow," she said. "If you get tired, stop and rest. Don't do that macho thing where you push through and make it worse." "I promise," I said, and that part, at least I meant. Slow and steady. I'm not trying to be a hero, just a guy who wants his own bed. She sighed. In the background, the TV changed scenes, a burst of laughter from a canned audience bleeding through. "Text me as soon as you get back to the car," she said. "Even if it's the middle of the night here. Wake me up, I don't care." "I will," I said. "I love you." "I love you too," she replied automatically, then added softer, "Don't disappear on me." The line echoed. I remembered her saying the same thing in the doorway the night before, casual and almost amused. And for a second, the two moments overlapped in my head, the warm, lamp-lit apartment and the cold, dark hill crushing into each other like misaligned images. "I won't," I said, because what else could I say? "Talk to you soon." "Okay," she said. Soon. The call ended with a soft click. The screen went dark, taking the little glowing letters of her name with it. For a moment, the only lights left were the faint star-scattered slits of sky between the tree branches. My ears rang in the silence that followed a high, thin note riding on top of my breathing. I sat there for a few seconds, phone limp in my hand, feeling the slow creep of reality closing back in. The conversation had been a flimsy little bridge back to normal life. But now that it was over, I was still lying on a hill, alone in the dark, with 11 missing hours behind me and a long walk ahead. "All right," I said aloud to nobody. My voice sounded small. "Up. Come on." I shoved the phone into the side pocket of my pack, wrestled the straps back onto my shoulders, and pushed myself to my feet. My legs complained, but they held. My head spun for a second, then steadied. The darkness around me felt thicker now that I'd had that window back into a lit room. I reached up and tugged my headlamp down from where it sat on my forehead like a forgotten crown. My fingers fumbled for the little rubber button. Click. A narrow cone of white light shot out ahead of me, cutting a clean tunnel through the black. The forest that had been an amorphous mass a second ago rearranged itself into discrete objects. The trunk of the tree I'd been leaning against, rough bark catching shadows. The trail itself, a ribbon of pale dirt framed by darker roots. A few rocks scattered like teeth along the way. Outside, the beam, everything fell away into indistinct shadow. I took a step. Gravel shifted under my boot with a soft, gritty crunch. Another step. A twig snapped a sharp, immediate sound that jumped in the confined bubble of light. The headlamp hummed faintly. Or maybe that was just my imagination, filling in the tiny noises in the absence of anything bigger. Just follow the trail, I told myself, falling into the habit of talking under my breath. It made the space inside my head feel less crowded. You go back the way you came. Same path, 2-3 hours, tops. Car, highway, hotel, flight, home. I pictured it in sequence like a storyboard. My headlights cutting through the darkness of the parking lot. My hands on the steering wheel. The dashboard lit, the GPS voice calmly telling me where to go. The lobby of my hotel, bright and bland, smelling like cleaner and stale air conditioning. The warm, stuffy air of the plane. My own apartment door, the deadbolt turning my wife's face when I walked in. All of it felt solid, concrete, steps I could reach if I just kept moving. I started down the hill, putting my back to the direction I'd been heading before the blackout. Down was easier. Gravity did some of the work for me. My feet knew the basic pattern: step brace, step. The beam of my headlamp bobbed with each movement, illuminating different slices of the trail. Here a knot of roots there, a stone half buried in the dirt, a pale strip of exposed rock like a scar. Every now and then, I glanced up instinctively, expecting to see some trace of glow through the trees. There was nothing. The sky remained a scattered, indifferent array of stars too far away to matter. My breathing settled into a rough but steady rhythm, in through my nose, out through my mouth. My heart, after its earlier rebellion, agreed to slow to something that felt more sustainable. You can't panic forever. Eventually, even fear has to make room for the simple mechanics of moving your body. One step, then another. The crunch of small stones, the occasional crackle of a dry leaf surrendering underfoot. The headlamp beam swung ahead, always revealing just enough trail to make the next decision, and never more. I told myself that was all I needed. I told myself the worst was behind me. I told myself that whatever had happened on that hill, whatever had swallowed those hours, was over now, left behind at the spot where I'd fallen. All I had to do was walk back into the life I'd stepped out of. I had no way of knowing that the forest I was walking through wasn't the same one I'd entered that morning, or that the silence that was slowly coiling itself around me with every step was the first sign that I hadn't really come back at all. It took me a few minutes to realize what was missing. At first, I was too focused on the basics. Don't twist your ankle, don't miss a root. Don't let the light bob so wildly you get dizzy again. The beam of the headlamp swung ahead, picking out the texture of the dirt, the curve of a root, the edge of a stone. My boots made small, dependable noises, the crunch of gravel, the soft skid of dirt, the occasional tick of a rock knocked loose. It was only after a dozen steps or so that a thin, prickling awareness started to creep up the back of my neck. Something felt wrong. Not the obvious kind of wrong, not a shape in the trees, or an animal cry too close, but a subtler kind. The way a room feels when somebody has moved something important an inch to the left and your brain hasn't quite figured out what yet. I slowed, without meaning to. The light from my headlamp narrowed as my body leaned back, its beam tightening on a smaller slice of ground. I listened, really listened this time. I could hear my boots. I could hear my breath rough and a little ragged from climbing and falling and panicking. I could hear my heart still working too hard, thudding in my chest and echoing in my ears. What I couldn't hear was everything else. The birds that had been a constant presence that morning, the chirps and whistles and song fragments that had stitched the forest together, were gone. Not quieter, not farther away, just gone. Like someone had opened a door, ushered them all out, and closed it behind them. The steady insectile thrum that usually underpins any stretch of woods in summer had vanished too. No buzz, no whine, no faint clicking of wings in the underbrush. It was as if someone had swept the forest floor clean of everything that crawled or flew or hummed. Most disturbing of all was the absence of water. On the way in, I'd been able to hear the stream long before I saw it. That constant, low, tearing sound of water working rocks apart, grain by grain. It had been a kind of background assurance, no matter where I was on the trail. That distant murmur meant the world was turning as expected. Now there was nothing. No distant rush, no trickle, no whisper. Just me. I stopped walking. The abrupt stillness made my body sway a little. The cone of light from my headlamp steadied on the dirt in front of my boots, illuminating a few fallen leaves and the edge of a root. I felt suddenly exposed, like someone who'd been talking too loud in a quiet room. "Hello," I said, because that's what people do in stories, and because I didn't know what else to do. The word came out strangely flat. It didn't bounce off the trees the way it should have. It didn't stretch out and come back as an echo, even a faint one. It just existed for a second in the space in front of me, then died. I realized my ears felt hot. It sounds like a strange detail to notice, but it was unmistakable. There is a particular sensation that comes when everything around you goes quiet and your own hearing turns inward, straining for any hint of external noise. The blood vessels around your ears swell, the skin warms, and the absence of sound lands on you like weight. Silence wasn't just lack here, it was presence. It crowded in, pressing gently but insistently against my eardrums, making my own breath seem intrusive. I swallowed. The faint click and squelch in my throat were microscopic private sounds, but in that moment, they might as well have been thunder. "Okay," I murmured, voice lower now, as if I might disturb something fragile. "Okay, that's weird." Weird didn't cover it, but I wasn't ready for a stronger word. I reached up and clicked my headlamp off. Darkness dropped on me like a curtain. My pupils scrambled to catch up. For several heartbeats, there was nothing but the faint afterimage of the lamp's beam burning across my vision, a ghostly smear of white slowly dissolving into black. Gradually, a few stars pricked through the gaps in the leaves above tiny, indifferent points of light. I stood absolutely still and listened. If there had been so much as a rustle, a mouse in the leaves, a bird shifting on a branch, the distant rush of a breeze over the canopy, I would have heard it. The night offered me nothing. The silence felt thick enough to lean on. My ears pulsed with my own blood. The longer I stood there, the more that internal noise swelled, filling the space that external sound had vacated. It was like being sealed inside a soundproof box with only my own body for company, every swallow and blink and heartbeat magnified beyond reason. I don't know how long I stayed like that. 10 seconds, 30, long enough for the hair on my arms to stand up and a cold sweat to start under the pack straps again. Every instinct I had screamed that this wasn't normal. Even the quietest forest at night is not truly silent. There's always something, a breeze, an insect, distant traffic, a plane, a dog barking miles away. Some thin, steady thread that ties you to the rest of the world. This felt like that thread had been cut. I thumbed the headlamp back on with a shaky hand. The small halo of light appeared again, a narrow island in a black sea. The familiar shapes reassembled themselves, trunks, roots, rocks, the texture of the dirt. The forest looked exactly like a forest should look at night. No twisted shapes, no wrong angles, no glowing eyes bracketed on the edge of the beam. I did a slow, clumsy turn, my boots grinding faintly on the trail as I pivoted. The headlamp beam swept across the trees, and the ground painting everything with that stark, high-contrast glare. To my left, the slope rose, studded with roots and the occasional fern. To my right, it fell away, the undergrowth, thick and black, beyond the first few feet of reach. Behind me, the trail snaked back upward toward the hill where I'd fallen. Ahead, it dipped and curved out of sight. Visually, nothing was wrong. No strange patterns carved into the bark. No fresh scars on the trees. No unnatural arrangement of stones. If I took a photograph and showed it to you, you'd shrug and say, "Yeah, that's a night in the woods." But the sound, or the lack of it, sat heavy on everything like dust. I turned the beam back toward where I thought I'd come from. The spot where I'd woken up had to be only a short walk uphill. The idea of leaving it unexplored scratched at me. If I could see the place where I'd lain, maybe I'd feel more grounded. Maybe the dirt would be scuffed, the grass flattened, some physical proof that those missing hours had happened in a world where bodies still left marks. I started back up, each step a cautious probe. The hill that had nearly cooked me on the way up felt different in the dark, its steepness harder to judge, its bumps and ruts unfamiliar in this direction. The headlamp beam crawled ahead, revealing just enough to place my foot, then jumping with each movement. In the absolute quiet, the small noises of my climb became thunderous. The crunch of gravel, the soft scuff of my boot against a root, the faint rasp of my breath as it pushed past dry lips. I found myself trying to soften even those, as if I might wake something sleeping in the stillness. After a minute of careful ascent, the slope leveled out. The tree I'd leaned against before my fall loomed at the edge of the beam, the same rough bark, the same bend in its trunk. My pack straps bit into the bruised muscles of my shoulders as if to remind me, yes, you went down here. I swept the light across the ground. Nothing. The patch of earth where my body should have printed itself for 11 hours, 12 if you counted however long I was out after the fall, looked untouched. The dirt was smooth, save for a few shallow depressions where fallen leaves had started to decay. The grass to the side stood unbent, each blade upright and careless. My own boot prints from earlier that day were gone too, or at least too faint to distinguish from the general scuff of other hikers. It was as if the trail had shrugged me off, entirely rubbed out the evidence of my collapse the way you'd wipe chalk from a board. I stepped closer, headlamp beam locked on that empty patch. There should have been something. A flattened oval of grass where my shoulder had pressed. A disturbed fan of leaves from where my pack had hit. Scratches in the dirt from my hands, my boots, the violent contact of my body with the ground. "Come on," I whispered. "Come on." I crouched, ignoring the pull of sore muscles, and ran my fingers over the soil. It felt the way it looked, cool, dry, unremarkable. No fresh gouges, no warmth, no trace that anyone had been lying there unconscious while the day ran out. A thin, irrational anger flared in my chest. It felt like being erased. I sat back on my heels, the headlamp beam wobbling with the movement, and looked around again. The night stared back blank and soundless. The spot where I had lost almost half a day did not acknowledge me. It was as if, for those hours, I had never existed in this version of the forest at all. The silence around that untouched patch of ground felt like an answer I didn't understand. My knees ached from crouching. I straightened slowly, my back popping, in a small, unceremonious way that made me feel older than I was. The beam of my headlamp swung up with me, brushing across branches, then settling back on the trail. Fine, I thought. If the forest didn't want to give me proof, I'd get it myself. I reached back for my pack strap fingers, closing around the familiar webbing at my shoulder. The weight of it was a small comfort, even with the exhaustion and the bruises. I knew that in there, I had water, food, a first aid kit, and most importantly, my phone. If something was wrong with time, with sound, with whatever weird local anomaly this was, there were still numbers I could dial, and people whose job it was to come find idiots like me. Call for help, I muttered to myself. Use the damn tools. The forest didn't react. I turned the pack around on one arm so it hung in front of me, the way I'd done 100 times to grab a snack or a map. The zipper tabs caught the lamp beam for a second, little arcs of dull silver. I pinched one between thumb and forefinger and dragged it along the track. The zipper made a sound, faint metallic, uncomfortably loud in the oppressive quiet. I pried the main compartment open and slid my hand inside fingers, already moving in the familiar pattern phone along the inner sleeve, then the zippered pocket for the power bank, then the bulk of the first aid kit, the soft shapes of food packets. My hand met nothing, just fabric. A thin, limp fold of it cool against my skin and utterly empty. I frowned, not understanding. Maybe I'd grabbed the wrong pocket. My fingers swept left, then right, searching for the rectangular solidity of the phone case, the lump of the water bottle pressed from inside anything that felt like more than cloth. There was nothing, just more nylon bunched and hollow. A cold trickle of unease slid into my chest. I pulled my hand out and shoved it back in again, harder this time, as if force would make objects materialize. My fingers scraped the bottom seam. They met no obstruction, no small hard corners, no chewy give of plastic wrappers. I curled my hand into a fist and knocked against the inside. The sound was a flat, muffled tap. Slowly, very slowly, as if I were afraid of catching it doing something it shouldn't. I tilted the pack so I could see inside. The headlamp beam fell straight into the gaping mouth of it. I expected shadows, clutter, the dull shapes of bottles and pouches, maybe the shiny corner of the wrapped map. Instead, I saw an empty cavity. The inner lining sagged in loose folds, the way it had looked that night in our living room before I started packing, only more creased, now worn and faintly dusty. A few grains of grit clung to the seams, glinting faintly in the light. Nothing else. "No," I said aloud. My voice came out thin. No. I set the pack down on the trail fingers, moving faster now, unzipping every compartment in turn. Front pocket open barren. Side pocket flat collapsed. Top pouch nothing. I fumbled open the small inner zipper I hardly ever used. Empty. A tightness started in my chest, not like the band of heat from before, but something sharper, more frantic. I grabbed the bottom of the pack with both hands, turned it upside down, and shook. If this were a normal day in a normal forest, a stream of crap would have rattled out crumbs, dirt, that one safety pin I kept meaning to throw away. Now a few grains of sand fell to the ground. A tiny leaf fragment. That was all. The sound they made hitting the dirt might as well have been boulders in the silence. My breath hitched. I dropped to my knees and spread the pack open, flattening it against the ground with my palms. The nylon looked obscene, like a skin with nothing inside. I dragged my fingers along every seam, hunting for a hidden tear, a hole big enough for things to have slipped out of. There wasn't one. The stitching was intact. The zippers, the clips, the webbing, everything was as it had been when I left the car. It was the same pack. It just didn't contain anything anymore. "Come on," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. "Come on, where are you?" My hand moved on its own, plunging into the main compartment again and again, as if repetition could change reality. Each time, my fingers met the same smooth, featureless fabric. I sat back hard, the impact sending a jolt up my spine. The headlamp beam wobbled wildly, skittering across tree trunks, then down to the pack, then to the dust at my knees. All at once, the emptiness wasn't just an absence of objects. It was a hole where my safety had been. The food, the water, the first aid kit, they were important, but theoretically replaceable. You could stretch your body longer than you'd think without them if you had to. The phone was different. With it went my link to the other world, the world with traffic and microwaves, and my wife's voice a button press away. Without it, I wasn't just a guy who'd lost his stuff. I was cut off, severed. "Maybe you dropped it," I muttered. The words came too fast, tripping over each other in their rush to form a less terrifying explanation. "Maybe when you fell. It could have popped out. Everything could have spilled." Except that didn't make sense. I always clipped my phone in. Every pocket had a zipper or a buckle. I'd done it without thinking, a ritual so ingrained I could have done it in my sleep. There was no way everything had popped out without a trace. Still, I needed to move. I needed to do something. I got to my feet too fast. The blood drained from my head, and for a second, my vision pixelated little black dots invading the edges. I steadied myself with one hand on the nearest tree and forced my legs to work. I walked backward along the trail headlamp, sweeping the ground eyes, scanning every inch of dirt and root and rock. If I'd somehow ejected the contents of my pack when I fell, they should have been scattered somewhere between here and the spot where I'd woken up. A bottle glinting under a bush, the red of the first aid kit pouch, the dull rectangle of the phone face down in the dirt. There was nothing. The trail ahead was as smooth and impersonal as it had been when I first climbed it. A few overlapping prints from other boots, a random scattering of leaves, stones half buried in the soil. No artificial colors, no plastic shapes, no evidence of my gear. I went farther than made sense, retracing my steps up and down the slope, the beam of my headlamp jerking in agitated arcs. My breaths came shorter, more ragged. Sweat beaded at the back of my neck again, this time from panic rather than heat. "Where is it?" I hissed, voice cracking. "Where is it?" The forest, of course, didn't answer. Finally, after what felt like a long time and couldn't have been more than a few minutes, my body called a halt. My legs wobbled, my chest burned. I leaned against a tree forehead, pressing into the bark, letting the rough texture bite into my skin. The headlamp beam fell across a patch of undisturbed trail. No objects appeared in its halo, no miraculous glint of salvation. It was like this version of the forest had never met my belongings. Something in me snapped loose. It was small at first, just a change in tone, a hitch in my breath. Then it surged up, unstoppable. I pushed away from the tree and opened my mouth. "Hey!" I screamed. The word tore out of me raw, louder than I'd meant it. It ripped at my already abused throat, scraping the inside on its way out. I screamed again before the first sound even had time to die. "Hey! Somebody!" The noise should have shattered the night. In any normal woods, it would bounce off trunks, roll down slopes, carry out across ravines in ragged echoes. Dogs would lift their heads miles away. Birds would explode from branches. Here my voice hit the air and disappeared. It didn't bounce. It didn't come back. It just went forward a few feet, far enough for my own ears to register it, and then was gone, swallowed by the same invisible wall that had eaten the forest's sounds. I screamed again, wordless this time, pouring everything into the sound. Fear, anger, disbelief, the hot shame of lying to my wife and telling her I was fine. My throat convulsed around it, the muscles protesting, a taste of copper ticking at the back of my tongue. "Help!" I shouted, body curling with the force of it. "Help, somebody, please!" Nothing. No echo, no reply, not even the startled flutter of a bird. The silence punished the noise. The more I screamed, the more ridiculous and small the sound felt, like I was shouting into a pillow pressed over my own head. After a while, seconds, minutes, I couldn't tell my voice, simply couldn't keep up. Each attempt came out thinner, shreddier. I coughed between them, the coughs turning into hoarse, empty hacks that hurt worse than the shouting. My chest burned. Every breath was a ragged, shallow haul, my lungs fighting to pull air that suddenly felt too thick, too sticky. My heart was pounding again, harder and faster this time, with no hill to blame. I staggered back toward the spot where my pack lay flayed open on the ground. My legs didn't seem quite attached correctly anymore. My knees buckled without warning. I dropped onto my backside in the dirt, the impact jarring up my spine. I sat there, hunched hands, still working at the edges of the empty pack, like they hadn't gotten the memo. My fingers dug into the fabric, turned it inside out, smoothed it, crumpled it. There was a kind of numb determination in the motion, like a gambler flipping the same losing card over and over, hoping it will show a different face. My breaths came in short, uneven pulls. In, out, in. The air wheezed past my raw throat, each inhale a scrape. Sweat cooled on my skin, then chilled, setting off a small tremor in my limbs. My head felt heavy, as if someone had filled it with wet sand. It wanted to tip forward, chin sinking to my chest. I fought it, lifting my gaze, forcing myself to look at the circle of forest illuminated by my lamp. The trees stood still. The shadows between them watched, or seemed to. The pack, limp and empty, rested in my lap like some discarded shell. A thought flickered at the edge of my awareness, too big to hold all at once. This isn't just being lost anymore. This isn't just a bad fall or a weird storm. This is something else, somewhere else. Gravity seemed to grow a little stronger. My shoulders sagged, as if invisible hands had settled on them, pushing gently, but insistently down. My arms felt like they belonged to someone who'd been digging all day. My hands slowed in their restless searching motions, turning clumsy, then feeble. The edges of my vision began to soften again, dark gray, seeping inward from the corners. The circle of light from my headlamp narrowed, grew fuzzier, its sharp boundaries smearing into the surrounding black. Not again, I tried to say, but the words came out as a dry whisper, swallowed by the burning in my throat. My heartbeat surged in my ears, a desperate, uneven thudding that drowned out even my breath. Each beat felt farther apart than the last, separated by stretches of thick silence that seemed to stretch too long. The forest, what little of it I could still see, grew distant, like I was sinking down a well, and the world was receding above me. I felt myself tipping sideways, slow as a felled tree. The ground rose to meet me in a gradual tilt, the dirt and leaves becoming my whole world for a second. The smell of earth rushed up again, cool and familiar, and wrong all at once. There was no dramatic last thought this time. No clear, coherent sentence to pin the moment to. Just a kind of exhausted surrender as the weight pulled me fully down and the darkness, patient and absolute, rushed in to meet me. The silence didn't change. It simply accepted me, and everything went out. I came back like someone had shoved my head above water. My heart was already pounding when I woke, no gentle climb, just full speed hammering against my ribs, like it had been running laps without the rest of me. My lungs dragged in a breath so sharp it hurt air, rasping over a throat that felt flayed raw. For a few disorienting seconds, I was nothing but pulse and light. The light was brutal. White gold and unforgiving, burning straight through my eyelids. I squinted, tried to clamp them shut again, but the brightness pushed at them from the inside as much as the out, demanding to be acknowledged. Heat soaked into my face, the kind that comes from direct sunlight, not some weird ambient oven. I rolled onto my back with a groan, gravel biting into my shoulder, and forced my eyes open. The sky above me was blue. not the murky green-tinged bruise from the trailhead or the black slab of star-pricked night I'd last seen. A big, open, stupidly normal blue with a few thin clouds drifting across it like nothing in the world had ever been wrong. Tree branches framed the view leaves, stirring just enough to move small shadows across my field of vision. The angle of the light said mid-morning, maybe a little later. Shadows were short and sharp, pointing downhill. I blinked hard once-twice. The world stayed in place. I knew this spot. Not in the vague all hills looked the same kind of way. In the very specific sense that I recognized the pattern of roots crossing the trail a few feet away, the little outcrop of rock, shaped like a crooked tooth, the trunk of the tree I'd leaned against before the first fall. The tilt of the ground, under my hips, the slope above and below it, was all burned into me now. I was back on the same damned hill. For a moment, my brain refused to process that. It tried other explanations first. You rolled down. You're lower than you think. You climb back up in a daze and don't remember. You're confusing places. But when I turned my head slowly, the bark under my fingers was the same rough ridged texture. I remembered the same scar near the base where a branch had broken off years ago. A small notch in the rock near my boot matched the way my mind had filed it earlier. No, this wasn't a similar hill. This was the exact same stretch of trail where I'd overheated, blacked out, and woken up in the dark. Same place, different sun. My body, as if offended by the repetition, let me know exactly how much it hated me. Every muscle ached. My neck throbbed at the back, where I'd nailed it on the ground before. My throat felt like sandpaper. When I shifted my ribs, protested with a dull, bruised heaviness. I pushed myself up to sitting, palms pressing into the dirt. The motion made my head throb in a slow, radiating wave. For a second, the edges of my vision fuzzed again, gray creeping in. But it receded when I dug my fingers into the soil and focused on the sting in my scraped knuckles. What the hell, I breathed. My voice sounded terrible hoarse and shredded the words like they'd been dragged over broken glass. Saying them made my throat burn, but the small pain was grounding a reminder that I still existed in something that could hurt. I listened. The silence hadn't gone anywhere. Sunlight had come back. Day had come back. Color had come back. But the forest was still mute. No bird acknowledged the return of morning. No chirp, no trill. No insect sang on the underside of leaves. No lazy drone of a fly. The wind stirred the canopy, but even that motion made no sound, as if someone had set the trees to mute in some impossible settings menu. It was like waking up on a film set after someone had turned off the audio track. My heart, still thudding too hard, filled the gap. I could hear each beat in my ears. My own breath. The faint crackle of my joints as I shifted. Nothing else. I looked down at myself, at the dark smears on my forearms, the streak of dried dirt across my pants. The headlamp was still strapped to my forehead, slightly askew. My pack sat a short distance away, exactly where it had been before I'd gone down the second time on its side, Strap's twisted mouth gaping open like it had been dropped mid-search. For a moment, I let myself believe, very briefly, that maybe I'd imagined everything about it. The emptiness, the missing gear. That if I crawled over, if I reached inside, now my fingers would close on solid plastic and metal, and all of this would shrink down to bad fall, plus concussion. I dragged myself toward it, knees and palms scraping along the dirt. My hands shook as I grabbed the nearest strap and pulled the pack closer. "Please," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was asking. The zipper of the main compartment sat exactly where I'd left it, all the way open. The fabric sagged in a familiar, accusing collapse. I curled my fingers under the flap and lifted it headlamp beam, dropping into the cavity. Empty. Same slack folds of nylon. Same few grains of grit along the seams. Same total absence of shape or color, or anything that might count as a tool, a lifeline, a connection. I shoved my hand in anyway. Smooth fabric, cool and thin against my skin. I swept left-right, pressed my palm flat against the bottom, hoping for a hidden lump. Nothing. I flipped the pack, shook it again. 2 specks of dirt fell out, catching in the sunlight and then disappearing into the dust. The little bright thread of hope snapped. I sat back, pack in my lap, and laughed once, a short, ugly sound that had nothing funny in it. It came out more like a bark cut off instantly by a coughing fit that left my eyes watering and my chest aching. Loop. The word dropped into my mind like a stone into a pond. I'd overheated on this hill and blacked out and woken up in the dark. I'd wandered through a silent forest with an empty pack. I'd screamed myself raw and passed out again. And now, same hill, same pack, new morning. The line of my life wasn't straight anymore. It had kinked into a circle and started feeding back on itself. I poked at the idea of a head injury because that was easier to consider than anything else. You hit your head. You're concussed. You're mixing memories together. You blacked out for longer than you think, woke up, once panicked, passed out again, and now it's just morning. You're not looping. You're just messed up. That would have been bad enough. But even as I tried to buy that explanation, parts of it wouldn't fit. Concussions come with confusion, sure, with gaps and fuzziness, and sometimes strange perceptions. They don't usually rearrange geography. They don't empty backpacks without unsealing them. They don't erase the sounds of an entire forest, unless I'd lost my mind completely. The thought sat there heavy and poisonous. Maybe this was what a real break felt like, not the poetic kind, where you say you're going crazy because work is stressful, but the actual snapping of something essential in your head. Maybe I was lying in a hospital bed somewhere, or at the base of the hill, and all of this was a hallucination my brain had constructed while it tried to patch itself back together. If that were true, though, why did everything hurt so much? Why did the dirt under my nails feel exactly like dirt under nails should? Why did the sun feel so hot on the side of my face? Why did the fear sitting low in my gut feel so sharp? I closed my eyes and saw my wife's face, the way it had looked the last time I saw her in the doorway, asking me not to disappear. I heard her voice on the phone, thin and stretched by distance, saying, "You said you'd text me from the car." In her timeline, I was now more than a night late. She would have tried again after we hung up. When I didn't answer, she would have called more times. She would have tried to convince herself there was a rational explanation, a dead battery bad signal, me falling asleep at some guest house. At some point, that rational scaffolding would have collapsed. She would have called the local authorities, no matter how awkward the language barrier. She would have sent every bit of information she had, my route, the maps, the photos I'd texted, maybe even my GPX file if she remembered where I'd saved it. Somewhere, if anywhere, still operated on rules. I understood there should be people looking for me. Search teams, rangers, local volunteers who knew the trails. Maybe even a helicopter doing lazy grids over the hills. Men and women in high visibility vests, calling my name, blowing whistles, clapping, listening for an answer. None of that sound reached me. If they were out there, we weren't in the same place anymore. We were overlapping in space maybe, but not in whatever passed for time here. Think I told myself, opening my eyes. The trees stared back, uncaring. Whether this is real or not, you can't just sit here. You know the way back. You walk. You keep walking until something gives. The car was in one direction. My entire life was in that direction. The other direction led deeper into whatever this was. Whatever had already twisted the rules enough to steal 11 hours and a backpack full of gear. So I did the only thing that made sense. I chose the car again. I pulled the empty pack onto my shoulders. It felt wrong, immediately light, in a way that was almost nauseating, like wearing a parachute made of paper. The straps hung looser, without the bulk to push against them. My body kept expecting the familiar drag when I stood, and when it didn't come, my balance shifted oddly. I tightened the straps anyway. Some ridiculous part of me wanted the weight symbolic or not. I glanced once more at the scrubbed clean patch of earth where my body should have left a mark, and then turned my back on it. Okay? I said, my voice barely more than a breath. Back to the car. Back to the lot. Back to noise. I started down the hill. Each step sounded too loud and too small at the same time. The crunch of dirt under my boots, the faint rasp of grit, my breathing, the slight creak of an overused knee. They floated in the air for a second and then seemed to drop straight to the ground, absorbed by the silence. As I walked, I called out, not the panicked screams from the night before, but steady, deliberate shouts. "Hello," I yelled, forcing my throat to work through the pain. Anyone there? Hey, my words reached the invisible wall and vanished. No echo, no over here in reply. Just me. My voice, eaten by a forest that had decided it didn't need sound anymore. I kept going anyway, because whether I was stuck in a loop, trapped in some glitching version of the trail, or stumbling through the blurred edges of a brain injury, there was only one direction that held even the possibility of home. So I walked toward it, alone in a world that had forgotten how to answer back. If you've ever been on a trail, you know, well, you develop a kind of internal map that has nothing to do with GPS or printed routes. It's more like a rhythm in your body bend hill stream, big rock fork. Even on a first visit, your mind starts building that pattern as you go. You may not know it's doing it, but it is. After more than an hour of walking back toward the car, that rhythm had broken. The hill I'd started from should have been the longest sustained climb on my way in. Once I came down from it, I expected the trail to level out, dip gently, maybe offer a few short rises, but nothing serious. I should have passed the overlooks again, caught glimpses of the sea between the trees, maybe even recognized the exact angle where I'd taken the photo I'd sent my wife. Instead, the path just kept going. It curved it, dipped it, rose a little, but nothing looked familiar. The trees were trees. The rocks were rocks. The dirt was dirt. All of it could have been anywhere on the peninsula, but nowhere in my memory. Every now and then, I stopped and turned in place headlamp, now forgotten because the sun was high. I'd look back the way I'd come then, ahead trying to force some landmark into coherence. The forest refused to give me anything. The silence had begun to mutate. At first, it had been a cute, sharp wrong, a glaring absence that my brain prodded at constantly. Now, after an hour of walking, with nothing but my own small noises, for company, it had settled into something worse. It felt normal. Not in the sense that I believed it should be that way, but in the way a bad smell in a room eventually fades from conscious awareness. My ears had stopped expecting birdsong. They'd adjusted to the lack of wind in the leaves. They'd decided the only reliable sounds were my breaths, my footsteps, and whatever my bones creaked when I shifted my pack. That adjustment scared me more than the silence itself. The idea that my body was already rewriting its idea of normal to fit this place, smoothing the edges of the wrongness so I could function. My throat burned every time I shouted, so I'd fallen mostly quiet, only calling out occasionally, now half-hearted, a little more feeble each time. Hello. I tried once more, as the trail hooked around a cluster of rocks. My voice came out rough, scraping the back of my throat. Anybody. It disintegrated in the air, like breath on glass. No echo. I tried to convince myself I was at least moving somewhere. My watch still ticked on my wrist, the little hands creeping along like nothing unusual was happening. The sun changed, angle slowly, shadows shifting. Minutes passed. The idea of an hour became theoretical. It has to have been at least that long, but that was all I had, guesses and a gut feeling. Just when I was starting to think the trail might never resolve into anything, I recognized it took a turn that didn't belong. The path narrowed between two trees and then opened up abruptly. The closed-in tunnel of trunks and undergrowth fell away on one side, and I stepped out onto the edge of a small clearing. It was like walking into the inside of a held breath. The first thing I saw was the water. It lay there sunk into the earth like a forgotten eye, maybe 20 or 30 feet across. Not a lake, not even what I'd call a large pond. More like someone had taken a bite out of the forest floor and left it full of dark liquid. The surface was perfectly still, a flat, opaque sheet the color of old tea. No ripples. No ring from a fish breaking the tension. No insects skimming across the top. A few slender branches from nearby trees arched over it, their tips just close enough that some leaves brushed the surface. Where they touched the water didn't move. It clung to them in small, glossy beads like oil. A thin veil of mist hovered just above the pond, not thick enough to hide anything, just enough to blur the reflection of the sky. It hung there with a weird consistency, not quite rising, not quite dissipating, as if it had been painted in place. The air felt different at the edge of the clearing, cooler, damper. The smell changed, too. The sharp, dry scent of trail dust and sun-warmed bark gave way to something more stagnant. It wasn't the fresh mineral smell of a running stream. It was still, old, like water that didn't get disturbed very often. Mud squelched faintly under my boots as I stepped closer. The trail here lost its crisp definition, bleeding into a fringe of softer ground. Each step left a clear print that oozed slowly at the edges, the only movement in the whole scene. I stopped a few feet from the water's edge and just stared. Of all the things you expect to find on a hike, a pond isn't exactly shocking. What unsettled me wasn't the fact that it existed. It was the certainty deep in my bones that it hadn't existed on my way in. I would have remembered it. Even if I hadn't stopped here earlier, even if I'd been in some meditative hiking trance, a body of water this close to the trail, this open, would have registered. My brain would have clocked it as landmark small pond filed it away with the tree that looked like a question mark and the rock shaped like a sleeping dog. There had been no pond. Now there was. I felt that same tiny crack inside my understanding widen just a little more. I scanned the edges looking for signs that it was recent, a fresh slide where earth had collapsed, exposed roots toppled brush. Everything looked settled. Moss grew on some of the rocks by the bank. A thin algae sheen clung to part of the far corner. The trees that leaned over it were mature branches old enough that they'd spent years growing in that direction. It had been here a long time in whatever version of the forest I was currently walking through. I was the newcomer. The only sound I could hear was my own weight, shifting on the wet ground, the soft, obscene kiss and suck of mud, letting go of my boots with each micro-movement. Even that seemed reluctant, swallowed quickly by the hush. I don't know how long I stood there before I saw him. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that the branches and trunks on the opposite bank had arranged themselves into something that looked vaguely humanoid, a common enough illusion when you're tired. But then the shape shifted just slightly, with a living kind of movement. On the far side of the pond, maybe 25 feet away, a man stood with his back to me. He was close enough that I could pick out details far enough that they didn't feel comforting. He was average height, somewhere around my own 5'9", 5'10". Not hulking, not frail. His shoulders were narrow, but not slouched, his posture upright in a way that suggested he hadn't been standing there that long, or else he was unnaturally patient. He wore a long-sleeved shirt, the kind of lightweight hiking layer you see in outdoor catalogs, in a drab, indeterminate color, somewhere between gray and faded blue. His pants were dark, maybe black, maybe deep green, loose enough to move in, tucked into scuffed boots that disappeared into the undergrowth at his feet. His hair was short and dark cut in a no-nonsense style that could have belonged to any office worker on any subway. Not shaggy, not styled. Just normal. His hands hung by his sides, fingers relaxed, not clenched into fists. From where I stood, I could see the curve of one cheek, the line of his jaw, in profile, when he tilted his head slightly. He wasn't looking at the pond. He was facing away from it, away from me, toward the deeper trees, like he was watching something farther in, or listening, or waiting. Every inch of him screamed ordinary, the kind of person you wouldn't glance at twice if you passed them on a city sidewalk. No unusual clothes, no dramatic stance, no visible injury. And in that absolute wrongness of this silent, rearranged forest, that ordinary silhouette was the strangest thing I'd seen yet. Relief hit me so fast, it made me dizzy. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking on the single syllable. "Hey!" The sound tore out of me, raw and desperate, louder than I meant it to be. It rushed across the clearing, swept out over the flat, dark surface of the pond, and for the first time since all of this started, I heard something change. The water shivered. Not much, just a tiny ripple near the center, a faint ring that spread outward in delicate circles, disturbing the perfect stillness. It wasn't the dramatic splash of something surfacing. It was more like my voice had reached down and flicked the surface with an invisible finger. The man didn't move. "Hey!" I called again, taking a step closer to the water's edge. "Sir, I need help." No echo came back, but my own voice sounded bigger here, stretched thin over the pond, hanging in the air, half a second longer than it should have. The hairs on my arms lifted. On the far bank, the man reacted, not in any of the ways I expected. He didn't flinch. He didn't turn his head. He didn't give that little awkward half-wave people do when a stranger calls to them unexpectedly. He ran. One moment, he was standing there, arms at his sides, back to me. The next, his entire body snapped into motion, launching forward and away from the pond, straight into the trees. He didn't look back. Not once. For a second, I just stared, baffled. Then instinct kicked the confusion out of the way. "Wait!" I yelled, my voice cracking again. "Stop. Please," I didn't think. I didn't weigh my options. I just threw myself around the edge of the pond and plunged after him. The ground on that side was worse. Roots jutted up everywhere, thick and treacherous under the thin layer of leaves. Low branches lunged for my face. Shrubs grabbed at my legs with invisible fingers. The small, clear line of the trail vanished behind me, swallowed by undergrowth, and suddenly I was pushing through a maze instead of following a path. I could hear myself clearly, my breath ragged and wheezing in my abused throat. The slap of my boots on the dirt, the snap and crunch of branches breaking across my shins. Leaves hissed against my clothes. Twigs whipped my arms, stinging my skin. The headlamp on my forehead, still off useless in daylight, thumped lightly with each jarring step. What I couldn't hear at all was the man I was chasing. He moved ahead of me like a video on mute. His legs pistoned, his arms pumped, his body leaned forward in that full tilt sprint of someone running for their life or from it. He should have been loud. There should have been the crash of underbrush giving way, the rhythmic thud of footfalls, the grunt of effort, the rasp of air being dragged into lungs. There was nothing. He skimmed through the trees with an impossible kind of grace, never stumbling, never catching a toe on a root or snagging a sleeve. The forest seemed apart for him, branches bending aside just long enough for him to pass and snapping back in time to smack me in the face. "Stop!" I screamed, desperation shredding my voice even further. "Please, I need help." The words bounced around inside my skull, but the woods ahead stayed eerily blank. The man didn't slow, didn't hesitate. If my voice reached him, it didn't show. Adrenaline did what adrenaline does. It pushed me past what my body had left. My lungs burned, my legs already wrecked from the hill, and the collapses protested with every stride. But I kept driving forward, chasing that one moving shape in a world that had otherwise gone still. Little by little, improbably, I gained on him. Maybe he wasn't really running as fast as he looked. Maybe the ground sloped in my favor. Maybe my need trumped whatever physics this place was using. Branches whipped at my face. I threw my arms up, took the scratches on my forearms instead. Dead leaves exploded under my boots, the only thing in this silent forest willing to make a noise with me. The man's back bobbed in and out of view, between trunks, hiking shirt dark pants, the back of his head always turned away. "Please," I gasped, voice ragged. "Please just—" He stopped. No slowing, no stumble, just an abrupt, unnatural halt, like a video paused mid-frame. I nearly plowed into him. I dug my heels in momentum, carrying me a step too far. I skidded on loose soil boots, slipping, and caught myself at the last second with a hand against a nearby tree. Bark bit into my palm. My chest heaved, dragging in hot, thin air. We stood there less than an arm's length apart. He still had his back to me. Up close, he looked even more average. No backpack, no visible gear. Just that nondescript long-sleeve shirt, slightly wrinkled, and those plain, dark pants. The back of his neck was pale above his collar, a few short hairs catching the light. He didn't seem out of breath. His shoulders weren't rising and falling. He might have been someone waiting in line at a coffee shop, not someone who just sprinted flat out through uneven forest. "Please." I managed forcing the word past my raw throat. I'm lost. I don't know what's happening. Can you help me? Can you just look at me? Say something. He didn't move. Not a flinch, not a twitch. My heart pounded, not just from the run now, but from something older, deeper. The primal discomfort of standing that close to another person and getting nothing back. No acknowledgement of my presence. No social cues. Just a human-shaped object occupying space. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Every survival instinct I had dulled and battered as they were started whispering the same thing, back away. Don't touch. don't see his face. But that was insane. I'd been alone in a soundless, changing forest for God who knew how long. I'd lost my pack, my phone 11 hours. I'd woken up twice in the same spot. The only other human figure I'd seen had just led me here. Turning away because of a feeling was not an option. "Please," I said again, softer now. I heard my own voice tremble. "I just want to go home." Something in him unlocked. He began to turn. It was slow. Too slow. Not the casual pivot of someone responding to a tap on the shoulder, not the startled jerk of surprise. It was deliberate, measured, like a door, on heavy hinges, being swung open by someone who wanted you to see every inch of it moving. His head shifted first, tilting slightly, then rotating. His shoulders followed unwillingly, like they were attached by cables. The motion made no sound. Not the rustle of fabric, not the creak of joints. Every cell in my body screamed, "Don't." I felt it viscerally, that bone-deep refusal you get in nightmares, when you know the monster is right behind you and the dream is trying to drag your gaze toward it. My fingers dug into the tree bark behind me until my nails hurt. My breath caught in my throat. I could have closed my eyes then. I should have. I didn't. His full front came into view in increments. Chest arms the center line of his shirt, the faint wrinkle where his belt would be under the fabric. Finally, his face rotated into my line of sight. Only it wasn't a face. There was a head-shaped thing sitting on his shoulders, yes. The right size, the right outline, the right tilt. But where there should have been eyes, there were no hollows, no lids, no glints. Where there should have been a nose, there was no bridge, no shadow. Where there should have been a mouth, there was no line, no lips, no hint of an opening. It was just surface. A smooth, featureless expanse that might once have been skin, except the color was wrong. It didn't match his hands. It didn't match his neck. It was darker, not like pigment, but like something that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. A mad, impossible black that seemed to drink in the headlamp's faint halo and the filtered daylight both. I couldn't tell if I was seeing outy contours or just the absence of them. My eyes kept trying to find edges to make a face appear out of the nothing. My brain dragged the idea of eyes across it, of a mouth forming, of a nose pushing out, and found nowhere for them to go. I realized I'd stopped breathing. We were inches apart now. He had taken a step, or maybe I had without noticing. The non-face was so close, I felt like if I reached out, my fingers would sink into it instead of pressing against a solid bone structure. He didn't tilt his head. Doors don't tilt. He didn't lean in. Doors don't lean. He simply stood there, blank and wrong, and looked at me without having any eyes to look with. Every horror story you've ever heard about something standing outside your window at night, every urban legend about waking up to see a stranger at the foot of your bed, they all borrow from the same place in the human animal, the part that knows instinctively that a face is how we make sense of each other. This had taken that away and left the shape behind. I squeezed my eyes shut. For a heartbeat, maybe two, I waited. For a hand on my throat. For a blow. For an impact that would make everything else make sense again, if only by becoming physical. Nothing touched me. No sound either. No footstep. No rustle. No breath. My lungs burned. I let the air out in a shaky exhale and forced my eyelids open. The space in front of me was empty. No man. No featureless head. Just trees. The same dense press of trunks and tangled undergrowth. the same dappled light on leaves. The ground where he'd been standing was undisturbed, a thin scatter of leaves and needles that didn't look like anyone had ever put weight on them. I spun around, heart slamming against my ribs, half convinced he'd somehow slipped behind me. Nothing. Just more forest, indifferent and mute. Disoriented, I turned in a slow circle, searching for the pond. I'd run in a straight line, more or less. It should have been easy enough to find the clearing again, just push back through the way I'd come. Except there was no break in the trees, no thinning of trunks, no bright smear of open sky, no damp coolness in the air hinting at water. Just the same dense grid of wood and shadow in every direction, like the forest had closed ranks behind me. A cold dread deeper than anything so far settled in my gut. I picked a direction at random and pushed forward, forcing branches aside, stumbling through undergrowth. After a few yards, I stopped, turned, tried another angle, then another. No matter which way I went, all I met were trees. The pond wasn't hidden. It was gone. I tipped my head back, looking for the sun, any anchor at all. The canopy above me, which had been striped with bright midday light minutes ago, was different now. The blue had bled out of the sky. In its place, a flat, suffocating darkness pressed down. Not the deep black of midnight yet, but the color of evening when the last light has drained away and the world hasn't quite decided on full night. The change was so absolute, so total, it felt like someone had flipped through a series of time-lapse images and landed on the wrong one. I hadn't been chasing that faceless thing for hours. It had felt like minutes, maybe less. But the day was gone. My head lurched a heavy, nauseating swing, like the inside of my skull had been unmoored. The trees around me seemed to stretch taller for a moment, then bow inward like I was at the bottom of a slowly tightening funnel. The buzzing started at the base of my skull, this time not behind my eyes. A low electric hum that climbed up my spine and coiled around my brainstem. My limbs went light and heavy at once, the air thickening in front of my face. Not, I tried to say, but the word broke. My tongue felt clumsy, too big for my mouth. Not again. The last thing I remember clearly is the sensation of my knees giving way, the forest tilting sideways, and the way the dark above me rushed down faster than gravity should allow, like the sky itself had decided it was done pretending to be time. The first thing I felt was cold on the tip of my nose. Not the broad, diffuse heat of sun, or the dull ache of a bruise. This was sharp and precise, a chill point right where my face met something smooth. For a second, I thought I'd pressed my head against a window, the way I sometimes did on long flights, trying to steal a little cool from the glass. Then a drop of water slid up my upper lip toward my nostril. My eyes snapped open. The world leapt into focus inches from my face, dark, motionless water, opaque and glossy, filling my entire field of vision. My reflection looked back at me from that surface, warped slightly by the angle eyes, too wide skin, streaked with dirt hair, stuck to my forehead in clumps. I jerked back on instinct. My hands flew out behind me, palms skidding on damp soil, and I pushed myself away. A small wave rolled across the pond, where my face had been breaking the perfect mirror. The ripple slapped softly against the bank with a sound so tiny and so crisp, it might as well have been a gunshot after all that silence. Drip. Somewhere, a bead of water fell from a leaf into the pond, just one, a neat little tick in the quiet. For a second, I just sat there, breathing hard, staring at the disturbed surface. The ripples smoothed themselves out as if nothing had touched them. My own distorted face reassembled less clear this time, like the water had grown tired of reflecting me. It was daylight again. The realization came in layers. First as a sense of glare, then as a wash of color. The sky visible through the gaps in the branches above was bright, washed-out blue. Sunlight lay across the edge of the pond in a hard white strip, catching on a film of something at the surface. The shadows of branches danced lazily on the water, thinner and sharper than they'd been during that first afternoon, but unmistakably day. The last thing I remembered was the forest going dark in an instant, the non-face inches from mine, my knees buckling. Night. Now this. My heart began to race again, not with the mindless sprint of panic, but with a more measured, vibrating dread. It beat against my ribs, like it was testing them for cracks, looking for a way out. I pulled my legs under me and sat up fully away from the drop-off. The bank I'd nearly fallen into was slick, the mud darker and wetter than the trail had been. My knees were caked in it. There was a faint chill clinging to the skin there, like I'd been lying in its shadow for a while. I turned slowly, taking in my surroundings. The pond was exactly where it had been before, the same size, the same curve of bank, the same arcs of branches reaching out over it. The same thin veil of mist hovered just above the surface, patchy now in the brighter light, but still there. A couple of those beads of water on the leaves swung lazily, catching the sun as they rocked. Behind me, the forest crowded close. Trees, undergrowth, broken branches. No sign of the faceless man. No trail of disturbed leaves marking where I'd chased him. No obvious path leading back to the place where I'd blacked out. It was as if someone had seen the last scene, decided it was too messy, and reset the set pieces while I was off stage. I glanced at my wrist. My watch hands had moved on oblivious. The small black tick marks said it was late morning. Again. Or still. Or for the third time. The exact time barely mattered anymore. Whatever clock this place was using, it wasn't the one on my wrist. A laugh tried to claw its way out of my chest and came out as a dry cough instead. "This is insane," I said, just to hear my own voice. It sounded marginally better than it had the last time, still rough, still torn at the edges, but not quite as shredded. The words made microscopic echoes off my teeth and tongue and then went nowhere. "Loop!" The word came back stronger now. Not just an image, not just a metaphor. A loop was what a track on a playlist did when you hit repeat. A loop was what a computer program did when it got stuck. A loop was what your thoughts did when you couldn't stop replaying the same conversation. Apparently, it was also what this trail did to me. I'd blacked out and woken on the hill. Blacked out and woken on the hill again. Now I'd blacked out and woken with my face inches from the pond that wasn't supposed to exist. Either I was caught in some kind of pattern I couldn't see the edges of yet, or my brain had finally cracked down the middle, and this was what it felt like when your reality slid off its track. The second explanation should have been more comforting. Head injuries are at least part of the normal universe. There are doctors for that, protocols, pills, rehab. You don't fix a looped forest and a vanishing pond with standard care. But again, everything felt too real to dismiss as hallucination. The chill where the mud had soaked through my pants, the sharp edge of a rock under my left palm, the tight skin on my scraped knuckles, the hunger gnawing at my stomach now deeper and more insistent, the dryness in my mouth that no imaginary water could have faked. I was tired enough, scared enough, that both possibilities seemed equally awful. Some small, stubborn part of my brain, the piece that had booked the flight, packed the kit, read the disaster reviews, and gone anyway, refused to give in. "You're not dead yet," it said. "You're not bleeding out. Your legs work, your hands work. There might be a search party out there, and whatever version of out there still exists. Sitting by a pond that shouldn't be here won't help them find you." I swallowed my throat, protesting, and turned my attention to the pack lying a few feet away. It looked the same as before. Half-collapsed straps, twisted one zipper half open from where I'd torn through it, searching for things that weren't there. I didn't want to check. I already knew what I'd find. I did it anyway. I crawled over every muscle in my body, complaining, and hooked a finger through one of the straps. The fabric scraped over the dirt as I dragged it close. I flipped the flap back and stared into the main compartment. Empty. Of course. The sight of that hollow interior hit me in a different way this time. Less like a shock, more like confirmation. The universe, or whatever version of it I was marooned in, had rules. They were wrong, unfamiliar, tilted, but they were consistent. Time could jump. Places could appear where they hadn't been. People could be leached of their faces. Gear could disappear without seams opening. But once something had been erased, it stayed erased. I dropped the flap and let the pack fall closed. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, fine." Sitting here cataloging the insanity wasn't getting me any closer to the parking lot, to a road to another human being who actually had a mouth. I pushed myself to my feet. My legs trembled under my weight, but they held. The world didn't tilt this time when I stood, just pulsed once around the edges of my vision and then steadied. My body felt thinner somehow, like something vital had been burned off in the space between these episodes. The hunger gnawed higher up now under my ribs. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. Thirst had gone past the stage where water sounded nice, and into the region where it was all my body could think about a low, constant ache. I tore my gaze away from the pond before it could start to feel like an answer. Whatever it was, and by this point, I was fairly sure pond was a placeholder label, not a real one. It hadn't done anything but deliver me back into the loop. I wasn't interested in testing what it could do if I stayed. Behind me, the trees waited. There was no obvious entrance back onto a trail. No nice clear gap saying this way to the parking lot idiot. Just an uneven fringe of trunks and undergrowth, the same as around every other clearing I'd stumbled into. But somewhere beyond them, the original path had to exist. I'd come off it to reach the pond, whether the geometry of this place wanted to admit that or not. If I could find the trail, maybe I could find the hill again. If I could find the hill, maybe I could find... I didn't finish the thought. Instead, I picked a direction roughly opposite from where my reflection had been looking at me and pushed toward the wall of green. Branches snagged at my sleeves, dragging against the fabric of my shirt with a faint rasping friction. I stepped over a rotten log, my foot sinking slightly into the soft wood, then onto firmer ground. A twig snapped under my boot. Each small sound felt like a tiny act of defiance against a world that had forgotten noise. A few yards in the undergrowth thinned. I could see a more compacted line of soil ahead, a subtle depression where countless feet had pressed the earth down over the years. The trail. It wasn't exactly as I remembered it, but at this point, I didn't trust my memory more than anything else here. It was a path. It led somewhere. It was better than circling the pond forever. I stepped onto it. The dirt felt familiar under my boots, the way a sidewalk does under city shoes. The trees leaned in overhead, forming that half tunnel I'd walked through what felt like a lifetime ago. The silence flowed along beside me like a second invisible river. I adjusted the empty straps of my pack on my shoulders and started walking uphill in the direction I hoped would curve eventually toward where the car was supposed to be. Maybe I was insane. Maybe I was stuck in some jagged pocket of reality off to the side of the one everyone else was using. Maybe this was what dying felt like when your brain refused to accept it. It didn't matter. As long as my feet could move, there was only one option: follow the trail and see what new, impossible thing it would show me next. I don't know how long I walked before I saw the first stone. Time had stopped meaning anything useful. My watch kept ticking, but it might as well have been tracking some other life on some other planet. Out here, the only measurements that mattered were the ache in my legs and the way the light changed on the ground. The trail didn't remember me. Nothing along it matched what I'd carried in my head from that first innocent hour. There were no familiar bends where I'd stop to take a picture, no distinctive boulders, no particular tree that looked like it was growing out of another. It was like the forest had taken the idea of trail and drawn a new version while I wasn't looking. The path sloped gently at first, then more decisively, the ground tilting away under my boots. Fallen leaves made a thin, papery carpet sliding a little underfoot, but not enough to be dangerous. The silence pressed down as steadily as the grade did. After a while, the trunks to either side began to thin. The canopy opened in patches overhead, letting more light through, bleaching everything a little. The air grew cooler, the way it does when you drop into a low-lying area where sun doesn't linger as long and damp likes to sit. I rounded a bend, stepped past a cluster of saplings, and the trail spat me out onto a slope above a small valley. It wasn't large, just a shallow basin carved into the landscape, maybe the size of a city block. Trees ringed it in a rough oval, their roots clinging to the edges. The bottom was mostly open, a patchwork of grass and dirt and scrub and stone, rows of it. For a second, my brain tried to parse the scene as rocks, natural formations, discarded building material, something, anything else. But these weren't random. They were too regular, even in their decay. Most were rectangular, shoulder high, or lower, planted into the ground in uneven lines. Some tilted at odd angles, where the earth had shifted under them. A few had toppled, entirely lying half buried, their faces turned toward the sky. Headstones. My first real cemetery had been on a school trip when I was 10. Old Colonial, the guide, telling us about founding families and smallpox. I'd hated it. Hated the way the stones seemed too personal, all those names with dates bookended by little dashes. This place looked older and wrong in a different way. The markers were a dull gray, mottled with lichen and streaks where rain had run down their faces for decades. Grass and small plants grew in the narrow spaces between, some pushing right up against the stone's roots, working slowly at the foundations, nature taking back what had been staked out. There was no road, no gravel lane, no paved strip, no parking area, no fence, no gate, no sign marking this as anything. No flowers, fresh or dead, no plastic vases, no offerings. Nothing that said people come here anymore. Just the trail tilting down into it as if it had always been part of the route. My first thought was predictably that it wasn't real. That same seesaw of denial had become a reflex by now. You're dehydrated. You're concussed. You're hallucinating. This is just a mashup of every scary story you've ever heard about ghost graveyards hidden in the woods. except I felt the slope under my boots, the pull of gravity as I started to descend. I felt the slight burn in my thighs as I adjusted my pace so I wouldn't end up tumbling. The air smelled different down here too, not just damp, but layered. Wet earth, yes, but also the faint mineral tang of old stone. A cold note that had nothing to do with temperature. I hesitated at the edge, fingers tightening around the empty straps of my pack. If this was in my head, it would exist whether I walked into it or not. If it was not in my head, then avoiding it wouldn't change the fact that it was on the trail. Either way, the only way out was through. I took a step down, then another. The grass grew thicker as I descended, tugging lightly at my ankles. The path widened into more of a suggestion, a slightly clearer line where fewer plants had dared to grow. The closer I got to the stones, the quieter the silence felt, like the air itself was holding its breath. Up close, the headstones looked even more tired. Their edges had rounded with time-sharp corners, softened by rain and seasons and neglect. Some leaned so far, they looked like they were listening to the ground. Moss clung in irregular blotches to their lower halves, creeping upward like a slow green tide. I stopped in front of one that still stood mostly straight and reached out. My fingers brushed the surface. Cold. Not shocking, not icy. Just a deep, bone-deep chill that seemed to come from inside the stone instead of the air around it. The texture was rougher than I expected, the carvings worn down until the grooves barely existed anymore. Lichen crackled faintly under my touch, friable and dry on top of the colder rock beneath. Hallucinations probably don't have textures this specific, I thought, and wasn't sure if that comforted me or not. I let my hand travel downward until it found the faint hint of an inscription. The letters were shallow, now edges eroded, some almost entirely lost. Dirt and moss filled parts of them. I had to lean close, squinting, tracing the shapes with my fingertips as much as with my eyes. The name meant nothing to me, something local probably. A family name I didn't recognize. The script was old-fashioned, flourished in a way modern stonemasons rarely bother with. Below it, the chiseled numbers were more legible. 1981, a dash, 1843. I did the math automatically 24 years and flinched at myself. Habit. You see dates, you calculate. What got me more than the short life was the distance between that and my own. 2 centuries. I moved to the next stone, the one after that. Some were older, early 1800s. A few even clawed their way back into the late 1700s. The digits barely there anymore, half swallowed by erosion. Others were newer by comparison, 1880 something 1903. But none came anywhere close to the present. For at least 100 years, no one new had laid down here. My footsteps slowed, without me meaning them to. Each stone became a small anchor, in time a point on a graph of lives that had begun and ended long before I was even a thought. The overall effect was strange, like walking through a room where everyone had already left their coats still hanging on hooks. The silence here felt different. It wasn't just the absence of birds and insects and wind. It was heavier layered, the way silence feels in an old church or in a museum late at night when the staff has gone home. A silence that has soaked up so many whispers, cries, prayers, and footfalls that it has its own weight now. I moved between the rows, careful where I put my boots. It felt wrong to step on the places where bodies might still lie below, even if those bodies had long since turned to something unrecognizable. I imagined suddenly and vividly what this place might have been like when it was new. People climbing the same trail from some village that no longer existed, carrying coffins or jars or whatever they used. Candles, incense, whatever passed for mourning clothes back then. Voices all the languages and dialects that had ridden the air here over the decades. The sobbing, the low, practical conversations about who would inherit what. Now there was nothing. Just me, my ragged breathing, and the soft thud of my boots in the grass. This shouldn't be here, I murmured, because that was the smallest part of the truth. You weren't on the map. It was almost funny. I'd studied every contour line, every waypoint read, reviews that had gone on for paragraphs about muddy sections and hidden views. Hikers loved to mention unexpected things. Stray dogs, pretty shrines, weird sculptures in the woods. Not one of them had said, "Oh, by the way, there's an entire hidden graveyard out there with 200 years worth of dead in it." I reached out again, almost without thinking, and laid my palm flat against another stone. It was less worn, the carving deeper. The name was clearer, the date more recent, 1903 to 1937. Only 34 years that time. Still too short in my mind, but who was I to judge I hadn't made it through one hike without everything falling apart? My hand lingered there. For a second, I let myself feel the full weirdness of it. Me, an office worker from the other side of the world, kneeling in front of some forgotten grave in a silent forest that didn't follow the rules of time, with no phone, no food, no map that matched what I was seeing. The weight of all that distance from my life to this person's, from this valley to my apartment, crushed down. The air felt thicker. My breaths came slower, stretching out between the beats of my heart. Each second stretched elongated like taffy being pulled. The sunlight seemed to flatten too, losing some of its color as it pooled across the tops of the stones. If there was a place on this trail where the normal world felt farthest away, it was here. And I hadn't yet noticed that I wasn't alone in it. I don't know how long I stood there, with my hand on that last headstone, staring at dates that belonged to another century. Long enough for my knees to start complaining. Long enough for the back of my neck to prickle with that feeling you get when you suddenly remember you're in an open space and don't know who's behind you. I pulled my hand back and straightened up, slowly, eyes still on the worn carvings. When I finally looked away, I did it in a lazy sweep, just to reorient myself. Stones, trees, more stones, the slope of the hill. And then I saw them. At the far end of the valley, past several crooked rows of graves, a cluster of figures stood gathered around a larger headstone. For a few seconds, my brain didn't register them as anything unusual. Just a group of people where there should have been people all along. It even supplied little details on its own, mourners, family locals, labels it wanted to stick onto the scene to make it fit any world but the one I'd been walking in. I froze. They were too far for me to pick out individual faces, but I could see their silhouettes clearly against the lighter grass. 6, maybe 7 figures, all standing close together, shoulder to shoulder, in a loose semicircle around a single grave marker that was taller than the others. 1 or 2 had their heads slightly bowed. 1 had their hands clasped in front of them. It looked from a distance like a small funeral or a memorial service. An insane, fragile hope flared in my chest. They can help me. For the first time since I'd chased the man from the pond, I felt the sharp twist of not being alone. These weren't hikers strung out along the path barely paying attention. They were here focused on something. People belonging to this place in a way I didn't. People who might know a side trail, a village, a ranger station, an explanation. My throat tightened, for reasons that had nothing to do with thirst. I took a step forward, then another. "Hey," I called, voice breaking on the word. It came out more like a plea than a hail. "Hey, excuse me?" My voice went skimming across the quiet stones, thinned out and swallowed, but the figures reacted just enough. One of them shifted. Nothing dramatic. No flailing, no startled jump. Just a subtle adjustment. A shoulder, turning a head, angling a few degrees away from the grave and toward the rest of the cemetery. The way a person does when they think they've heard something behind them. I stopped walking. I suddenly wanted more information than distance allowed. I squinted as if that would zoom me closer. The group stood perfectly still again, a small knot of dark shapes against the gray rose. "Hello," I tried again, forcing more volume into my scraped voice. "I'm lost. I need..." The words jammed in my throat. It took my brain a second to catch up to what my eyes were insisting on. The figure who had turned was angled just enough that I could see the curve of their shoulder, the line of their jaw, the top of their chest. The light was decent down here now, slanting in from the opening above, catching on the fabric of their clothes. I could see the color something dark, maybe navy or black. I could see the shine along their hairline, where the sun grazed it. I couldn't see their face. Not because of distance blur, not because of shadow across features. There was just nothing. A dark oval where a face should have been a flat absence that drank in the light instead of reflecting it. Like the man at the pond, but worse for being anchored among shapes that still read as human. My mind tried to fix it. "You're too far away. Your eyes are tired. It's a trick of contrast. Maybe they're wearing masks. Maybe it's a hood." But as I stared, I realized it wasn't just that one. Another figure shifted slightly, as if adjusting their stance. The light slid along their shoulder, picked out the edge of a sleeve, and then fell straight into another hollow of darkness where a face should have been. No hint of cheekbones, no nose, no mouth. Just that same impossible flatness. I blinked, hard eyes watering. The group blurred for a moment, smeared by moisture. When my vision cleared, they were still there, still arranged in their quiet semicircle around the grave, still wrong. None of them had faces. They weren't just silhouettes anymore. The details that should have made them people refused to resolve. One had longer hair hanging to their shoulders, the strands catching the light in individual threads. Another had a hat on a simple brimmed thing, maybe a cheap cap. Their bodies occupied space convincingly. Their clothes wrinkled where fabric bent at elbows and waists. But where their eyes and noses and mouths should have anchored them to any kind of identity, there was only that featureless light-eating void. And yet I had the unmistakable electric sensation that they were all looking at me. Nothing moved. No heads snapped up in unison. No arms pointed. But the air between us tightened like the space in a room when everyone has turned their attention to the same point. The pressure built at the center of my chest. The tiny hairs along my arms rose. My rational brain flailed. You're not special. You're another animal blundering through. They're not real. Or you're not. Or this isn't. You should check the dates again. You should see if you can walk around. You should... My body had other ideas. I took one step backward. The grass whispered against my boot. The sound was tiny, the only thing in the valley willing to acknowledge my movement. On the far side, the group remained still, but the weight of their attention imagined, or not, seemed to follow me. The idea that this cemetery might belong more to them than it did to me landed with a cold finality. I didn't belong here. Not in the way a tourist doesn't belong at a private family funeral, in a much deeper way. This felt like walking into a room in a house and realizing too late that it's not a room meant for the living. My heart kicked once hard and then sprinted. I turned. I didn't ease out or walk carefully between the stones like a respectful visitor anymore. I pivoted on my heel and ran. The first few strides were clumsy. My legs had been doing nothing but hiking and collapsing for what felt like days. They lagged for half a second, then fell into line. Grass bent and broke under my boots. The sloping ground pulled at my balance. I pumped my arms harder, feeling the empty pack bounce against my spine like a bad joke. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. Some part of me knew that if I turned my head and saw them in motion, those faceless heads all rotating toward me at once, those bodies taking a step, I would freeze. And freezing here felt like asking to be folded into whatever this place already counted as its own. My breath exploded in and out of my chest, each inhale a searing drag over raw tissue. The sound of it filled my ears. My heartbeat thundered. My boots thudded on. Dirt slipped a bit on a loose patch. Recovered, kept going. Behind me, the cemetery stayed silent. No rustle of pursuit. No chorus of footsteps. No voices calling out. If they moved, they made no sound doing it. If they stayed, they watched me leave without needing eyes. The trail I'd followed into the valley tipped back upward toward the tree line. I tore up at lungs, screaming my vision, tunneling down to the next patch of ground, and the next. The headstones fell out of my peripheral vision, then the tops of them, then even the tips swallowed by the rise. The moment I hit the tree line, the light dimmed. It shouldn't have, not that fast. 1 second, the sun was on my shoulders, hot and almost comforting despite everything. The next, it was like someone had slid a filter across the sky. The colors dulled. Shadows thickened, stretching out in front of me like long black tongues. I stumbled into the forest branches, snatching at my arms and face. Leaves whipped my cheeks. The path narrowed under my feet, less defined now, forcing me to trust the faint trough in the earth more than my eyes. Somewhere in the transition, daylight went from late afternoon to something else entirely. There was no gentle warmth of evening, no slow shift toward gold. The light just thinned, faded. The spaces between the trees filled with a flat blue-gray that made everything look farther away and closer at the same time. My own shadow blurred and vanished. I kept running until my legs gave me an ultimatum: slow down or we drop you. I slowed, gasping, and finally dared to look behind me. The cemetery was gone, not just out of sight around a bend. Gone. The trees rose shoulder to shoulder, unbroken. No opening in the canopy, no dip in the land. The silence behind me was no different than the silence in front, full and heavy and indifferent. I stood there, chest-heaving sweat cooling on my back, and realized the forest around me had slipped fully into night without ever bothering with sunset. The path under my boots was barely a suggestion now. The dark had depth to it, layers of black and almost black. My hand went up almost on its own to the headlamp still banded around my forehead. I clicked it on. The narrow beam carved out a floating tunnel ahead of me, roots rocks the pressed down center of the trail. Everything beyond its reach felt like solid shadow. I took one last pointless look back into the dark behind me, into whatever direction the cemetery was supposed to be. Nothing moved. If the faceless mourners were still out there, they were content to let me go. Or they knew something I didn't, that out here in this version of the woods, there's only one place all paths eventually lead. I turned my back on the valley. That wasn't, and walked into the trees, the headlamp's beam bobbing in front of me toward a night that I somehow already knew would end by the water. I don't remember the walk back. That's the part that still bothers me even more than the jumps in time. With the blackouts, there's at least a clean-cut one frame, then nothing, then another frame. This was different. Here the film kept running. I kept moving. I just don't have any of it. One moment, I was in the trees, headlamp beam, swinging lungs, burning the cemetery, and its faceless crowd behind me. The next, I was standing on soft ground, my boots sinking half an inch into mud, and I knew where I was before my brain finished naming it. The pond. It materialized around me like someone had turned the opacity up on a backdrop I'd been walking through the whole time. Same circle of water, a dark coin set into the earth. Same tight ring of bank hugging its edge. Same branches leaning out and dipping leaves toward the surface like cautious fingers. The mist had come back too, a thin gray smear floating just above the water, catching the light of my headlamp in a faint grainy halo. I stopped at the edge of the clearing chest, heaving, and looked around, trying to reconstruct how I'd gotten there. No luck. The last thing I remembered clearly was the feeling of my feet pounding the trail, the beam of my lamp bouncing the forest around me solid and tunnel-like. No gradual curve in the path toward this place. No glimpse of water through the trees. Just those steps, and then the soft give of wet soil. It didn't feel like I'd been dropped here from a height. There were no new bruises, no fresh dizziness. My body remembered walking. My mind just didn't. At some point, this pond had stopped being a location and become a destination, or a default. My headlamp's light skimmed across the surface of the water. It looked opaque as ever colorless in the artificial beam. When I turned my head slightly, I could see my reflection again, pale and distorted. My eyes looked too big in it, ringed with shadow. There was something hollow about the way my mouth hung open as I breathed about the angles of my face. A few dark streaks of mud and dried sweat cut across my cheekbones. I didn't recognize myself. My legs trembled, not in the dramatic cinematic way where someone collapses, but in a low, persistent vibration that made my knees feel unreliable. My muscles had stopped being sore in specific places and graduated to a general full-body ache like I'd been strained through a sieve. The hunger that had been gnawing at me for what days had settled into a dull, heavy lump in my gut. The thirst was worse. My tongue felt swollen, my lips cracked. Every swallow was an effort that scraped through my throat like dry sand. My brain had been screaming this whole time, water, water, water. It knew exactly where some was now, inches away, still and dark and waiting. I looked at the pond and felt nothing but mistrust. Whatever this place was, it had shown me enough that I didn't believe in anything it offered. Not trails, not time, not people, not ponds. If I drank from it, and it was normal water, I'd live a little longer. If I drank from it, and it wasn't, I'd die faster. Either way, the risk felt like handing this place the last bit of choice I had. I sank down onto my knees instead. The mud was cool through the fabric of my pants. It squished around my kneecaps, oozing slightly as my weight settled. For once, I didn't care about the mess. Dirt was just dirt now, one of the few familiar things left. My pack slumped against my back, useless and light. I shrugged it off, letting it flop to the side like a dead thing. The straps left ghost lines of pressure on my shoulders for a second, Then those faded too. The headlamp beam jittered as I reached up and peeled the elastic band from my forehead. My skin felt clammy under it. I clicked the light off and dropped it beside the pack. Darkness rolled in softer than before. It wasn't the instant suffocating black that had followed some of the jumps. There was still a sky above me, and time had moved a little more politely. The stars were out scattered between the branches. No moon that I could see, but enough distant light that edges held a faint outline, the curve of the pond, the spikes of the reeds, the hunch of my own knees. I could hear my heart pounding again. Without the distraction of motion, without the work of running to cover it, the sound came roaring back. It filled my ears, a deep, steady thud that seemed to shake my skull with each beat. My breath rode on top of it, ragged and shallow. Something inside me let go. Up until that moment, there had always been a thin, brittle strand of belief that this would end the way stories like this usually do. I'd stumble out onto a road. I'd hear a helicopter. I'd see the flash of a ranger's flashlight. I'd wake up in a hospital bed, tubes in my arm. My wife's hand wrapped around mine, someone saying, "We almost lost you." Sitting there by that impossible pond for the third time, feeling my body shaking from the inside out, that story finally snapped. I thought very clearly I might never go home, not as a figure of speech, not as drama, as a fact. I might never see my apartment again, never hear my wife's annoyed little noise when I left dishes in the sink, never stand in line at the office coffee machine listening to coworkers complain about nothing, never sit in traffic, never check my email, never have to see the fluorescent glare of the copy room lights. I could die here, on a trail that didn't exist anymore, in a loop I couldn't break, in a patch of forest that the world might have already written off. Some search party could be combing over the same contour lines on some other version of this hill, calling my name into trees that weren't the ones around me. I could die in a place that had no real location anymore. The thought didn't trigger a fresh panic this time. No surge of adrenaline, no wild urge to run, just emptiness. It was like my fear had spent itself worn down to its core, and what remained was something quieter. Exhaustion that went deeper than muscles. A kind of hollow acceptance. "I get it," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was addressing. The forest, the trail, the pond, myself. "Okay, you win." My voice sounded smaller than ever. It didn't echo. It barely made it past my teeth. I let my body keep going down. My hands slid forward, palms sinking into the cool, gritty mud. I eased onto them elbows, bending until my weight shifted, and my chest hovered briefly over the ground. Then I lowered myself all the way. The earth met me without ceremony. My cheek pressed into it. The dirt was cool and slightly damp, clinging to my skin, filling the spaces between my stubble. A pebble dug into my jawbone. I didn't move to adjust it. My arms lay where they fell, one out to the side, one crooked under my chest. From this angle, the pond vanished from my immediate view. All I could see was a narrow strip of shoreline, a blurred edge of water, and beyond that, the base of a tree trunk, dark against darker shadows. My heart pounded on loud and insistent, muffled now by the ground. There's a particular sound your heartbeat makes when your ear is pressed to the earth. It's different from when you hear it through your own skull. Deeper, it feels less like you and more like something knocking from underneath, like there's a big hollow space down there and someone is testing the walls. Thud, thud, thud. I focused on that, not on the missing hours. not on the impossibility of faceless crowds in a cemetery that wasn't on any map, not on the fact that I'd been dragged back here like a magnet returns to the same points, just the heartbeat and the texture of dirt against my skin and the faint metallic tang of my own breath rebounding off the ground. If this is it, I thought, not even bothering to say it out loud this time, then this is it. There was weird relief in that. All the decisions I'd been trying to make left or right at the fork, uphill or down, drink or don't run or walk, fell away. I didn't have to choose anymore. I didn't have to pretend I knew how to navigate a place that broke its own rules every time I thought I'd found a pattern. I was done. I wasn't actively trying to die. I wasn't fantasizing about it. I was just not fighting as hard against the possibility. If this forest wanted to erase me the way it had erased my footprints and the marks of my fall, I wasn't going to claw at the edges of the page anymore. I breathed in. The air smelled like wet soil, faint rot from fallen leaves, something mineral from the water. I breathed out. The ground took. The sound swallowed it. My eyelids felt heavy. I could have forced them open. I could have pushed myself up again, staggered around the pond one more time, tried to trace some new path into some new wrongness. Instead, I let them slide shut. The darkness inside my skull met the darkness outside without resistance. Thud. 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 My heartbeat slowly stretched the spaces between beats, each one landing like a footstep in some distant hallway. My body grew heavier, as if the earth were pulling me down, grain by grain, folding me into its own stillness. For the first time since I'd stepped onto the Mumleho Trail, I stopped trying to leave it. And in that moment of surrender, with my face pressed into the dirt and my own pulse echoing back at me from below, something in the ground began very quietly to answer. I didn't fall this time. There was no familiar lurch, no sense of my knees giving way, and the world whipping out from under me. One moment, I was lying there, with my cheek pressed into the dirt, listening to my heartbeat knock against the ground. The next, the boundary between me and not me softened like someone had taken a thumb and smudged the line. My eyes were still closed, or I thought they were. Either way, it didn't matter. What I could see and what I could feel stopped lining up. The darkness behind my eyelids wasn't empty. At first, it was full of the usual debris, ghost images, from the day flashes of trees, the black oval of that faceless head, the gray stones in the cemetery. They flickered at the edges of my awareness, like static there, and not there, too fast to focus. Then slowly, the shapes drained out, and the dark turned thick. Not heavy exactly, dense, like fog so packed you could stand on it. In that thickness, sound started to rise. I knew right away it wasn't the forest going back to normal. It wasn't birds returning to the branches, or insects warming up their evening chorus. It wasn't the wind finally remembering how to move through leaves. It came from underneath. It started as a low, blurred noise, the kind of background rumble you might tune out in a city, the subway, 3 floors below traffic over a bridge. A constant granular sound that seemed to sit at the base of hearing, more felt than listened to. I might have written it off as blood in my ears. My heartbeat had been so loud a minute before that it made sense to attribute anything new to that, except this wasn't in rhythm with it. My pulse thumped steady in my chest. This other sound moved on a different timing. It had no obvious beat. It rose and fell in long, slow swells, like waves working at a shoreline where I couldn't see the water. Sometimes it scraped. Sometimes it hissed Sometimes there was a muted grinding quality, like stone shifting against stone miles deep. I tried to open my eyes and found I didn't know how. It wasn't that they were glued shut. It was that eyes had become a secondary concern, a detail attached to a body that didn't feel entirely like mine. I knew distantly that I had arms and legs. I knew my cheek was still mashed against the ground. But my attention had slipped sideways away from all of that, toward the noise. More sounds joined it. A faint trickling at first, as if somewhere far off, a small stream had remembered its job. Not the bright, sparkling chatter of a brook in a commercial. This was lower, heavier, like water dragging itself through narrow spaces, grudging and patient. Something else layered on top of that, a creak, a stretch, a faint fibrous complaint, like roots pulling themselves tighter under the strain of their own weight, or like wood warping slowly over time. None of it sounded like language. There were no syllables, no patterns that felt like words. If you'd played it for me in my office, piped it through my headphones between emails, I would have said it was white noise, recordings, from some cavern system maybe, or a hydrophone set in a riverbed. But here with my face in the dirt and my sense of self floating somewhere above my body, it didn't feel random. It felt directed, not at my ears, not at the part of me that processed small talk and conference calls and elevator music. Deeper than that, the way you feel a storm coming in your bones before you see clouds. The grinding stone, the dragging water, the stretching roots. They weren't talking to me. They were acknowledging me. I became aware in that blurred half-dream state of weight pressing down from every side, not the crushing kind, more like being in the middle of a crowded room where everyone is facing away from you, but still factoring you into their personal space, making room, adjusting unconsciously. The ground under my cheek felt denser than it had a minute before, not just a layer of dirt over rock, a whole construct of things layered over each other, soil, small stones, larger ones, roots threading through all of it, moisture seeping into cracks. I had the bizarre, dizzying impression that if I asked the ground what it was made of, it could answer in excruciating detail. Quartz, clay, iron, sand worn down from some mountain range I'd never see, old roots from plants that had died before I was born. 1,000 years of fallen leaves compressed into a few inches. It didn't come as a list, not really, just a sense, a download. The water voice rose a little, a low gurgle that skated along my spine. I saw it without seeing a narrow stream under the surface somewhere shouldering its way between rocks, changing course, grain by grain. It had been moving long before I collapsed on that trail. It would keep moving long after my body stopped being anything more than another layer in the soil. In that not quite dream, it was aware of me the way it was aware of everything else that fell into its orbit. Not special, not unimportant, just another thing to flow past around through. Strangely, that thought calmed me. Up to that point, every second on the trail had been about me in that suffocating first-person way, my fear, my confusion, my need to get back, my body failing and forcing me to deal with it. The forest had been a backdrop that kept warping around my story. Now, for the first time, I felt its age, not as an idea, as a presence. The rocks had been there in one form or another for millions of years. The water that now ran under this peninsula had been clouds somewhere else, ocean somewhere else, ice in some other time. The roots, twisting in the dark, had grown from seeds that fell from trees that grew from other seeds. And tucked in that slow, grinding, endless motion They knew I was here. Not by name. Not as the guy from the city who brought a phone and thought he knew what he was doing. As something warm pressing into the cool matrix on their surface. As a new pattern of pressure. As a shift in weight. As a small disturbance in the great slow drift. The scraping stone sound rose sharpened, then softened again. It struck me absurdly that it was laughing. Not at me. Not unkindly. More like the way an adult might chuckle, hearing a child insist they can hold their breath forever. There was an amusement in it, dry and deep threaded through with something like patience. The water noise slid along its edges, a wet consonant to the rock's vowels. The faint creak of roots underscored them both, an old, tired harmony. I don't know how long I floated there, in that not place, listening to a conversation I couldn't translate, but somehow understood the tone of. It was like standing outside a door. With your ear against it, you can't make out the words, but you know whether the voices inside are angry, excited, bored, grieving. This felt like being outside a very old door. Sometimes the sounds grew louder, pressing closer, and in those moments, I had the dizzy sense they were leaning in, testing the edges of me. Not pushing, not prying, just checking, measuring what I was made of in return. Other times they receded, sank deeper, like the whole world under me was rolling over in its sleep. I became aware at some point that my fear had drained away without me noticing. It hadn't been replaced by anything bright or hopeful. This wasn't some motivational poster revelation. I still might die here. The loop might still snap shut around me. But in that dark, humming pocket, with the rocks and water and roots murmuring their incomprehensible commentary, I felt less alone. Whatever this place was, this pocket, this glitch, this side channel of reality, it was not empty. It had its own rules and its own inhabitants, if you can call something with no face and no lungs an inhabitant. It had things that moved on timelines too slow for me to comprehend, that had registered my little frantic disruption and hadn't immediately crushed me for it. Oddly, that was comforting. I wasn't fighting against the forest anymore. I wasn't clawing at the edges of the loop trying to tear my way out. For the first time, I had the sense that I was being guided. Not kindly necessarily, not safely, just nudged. The grinding stone shifted pitch, settling into a lower register. The water's hiss smoothed out like rapids, calming into a deeper, slower channel. The roots creak wound down to the occasional tiny tick like a cooling house at night. This too felt like a decision. A door doesn't talk. It just exists. But you know when one is about to open. The air changes. The weight shifts. The pressure on the knob releases. Lying there, with my face in the dirt, half dissolved into that strange chorus, I realized that's what this felt like, standing on the threshold of something. Not invited. Not kicked out. Just allowed. If this is where you want to be, the not voices seem to say, in a way that had nothing to do with words, you can stay. If you don't, you know which way is up. I didn't answer. I don't think I could have, even if I'd known how. Instead, I let the awareness wash through me of stone stacked under stone of water, threading the gaps of roots, tying everything together in a web I'd never see. Of time moving out here in layers, my little panicked days just one thin sheet. The edges of the dark brightened slightly. Not like dawn. More like the way light seeps under a door from the other side when someone turns it on unexpectedly. The sounds thinned as the brightness grew. Not disappearing exactly, just moving out of my range, stepping back down into whatever depths they'd come from. For a second, just before they were gone, I felt a flicker of something I still hesitate to name. Not affection, not pity, recognition. Then the door in my head swung the rest of the way open, and I began to wake up. I came back to myself with the distinct, unnerving impression that something else had woken up first. For a second, my brain did its usual check dark wait heartbeat. Except the darkness I saw wasn't the thick fog-like kind from the dream. It was just the inside of my eyelids pinkish and thin where light pressed through. There was light, real light, warm and steady. I dragged in a breath out of reflex, expecting the same dry scrape, the same taste of stale air and panic. Instead, my lungs filled with cool, clean air that smelled like forest, not the dead, sealed-off version I'd been stumbling through. This was layered, damp soil, crushed leaves, something green and living underneath. A faint thread of something sweet sap, maybe, or early flowers I couldn't see yet. I opened my eyes. For a long moment, I just lay there blinking at a patch of ground and trying to figure out what was wrong with it. Nothing. The dirt looked like dirt, brown pebbled, clumped in tiny ridges where something had crawled or slithered. A couple of tiny ants navigated around a twig, stopping to touch antennae, then splitting off in opposite directions. A fragment of leaf lay near my nose veins, dried into a delicate network of lines. It was so mundane, it felt surreal. I pushed myself up onto my elbows. My body protested, but not in the same chaotic way. The ache was still there, deep stiff threaded through my muscles, but my head wasn't spinning. The world stayed where it was supposed to when I moved. My vision didn't tunnel. The inside of my skull felt clearer than it had since that first climb. The pond waited a few feet away, exactly where I'd left it, dark, still mistless now in the full daylight. But before my mind could latch onto that familiar wrongness again, something else shouldered it aside. Sound. Real sound. It came at me all at once, like someone had slid a glass door open after I'd been pressing my face against it for days. Birdsong layered and overlapping, some high and thin, some lower, and conversational. A rapid churring off to my left, like a tiny engine. A longer warbling call from somewhere up in the canopy. Wings rustling as something flew from one branch to another. Underneath that, the soft, steady hum of insects, crickets, or cicadas, or whatever species worked this shift out here. A subtle, continuous vibration, almost more felt in the skin than heard, and threading through it all the sound I'd missed without realizing how much water. Not the muted subterranean murmurs from the dream. Actual above-ground water. The small, uneven music of a stream moving over rocks. Splashes, trickles, little chokes, where it forced itself through narrow gaps. Even the wind had remembered its job. It moved through the leaves overhead in uneven pulses, lifting and dropping them, making that gentle, irregular rush that every cheap sound machine tries and fails to imitate. Branches creaked softly. Somewhere, something bigger, maybe a lizard, maybe just a falling clump of leaves rustled through the undergrowth and then was gone. I sat all the way up dizzy, not from blood pressure this time, but from sheer sensory overload. For so long, the silence had been absolute, violent. The absence of noise had been a force in itself pressing in until my own heartbeat and breathing were the only things keeping me anchored. Now the forest was alive again. It felt wrong and wonderful at the same time, like waking up from a long illness and realizing the background ringing in your ears has finally stopped. Okay? I breathed the word whisked away by the ambient sound instead of dropping dead at my feet. Okay. The panic I'd grown used to riding like a bad wave wasn't there. Fear was still sitting quietly in the corner, sure it wasn't going anywhere. But above it, I felt something I hadn't in what felt like years. Clarity. My thoughts lined up instead of spinning. I could hold a sequence of ideas in my head without losing them. I could look at the pond, the trees, the patch of sky above, and recognize them as parts of a place instead of pieces of a puzzle I was too tired to solve. Had the dream done that? Had surrendering, just stopping letting the forest have me for a while, somehow reset something I didn't know? I wasn't sure I wanted to poke it too hard. This felt precarious, like standing on a sheet of ice that had just barely refrozen. I got to my feet slowly. My legs shook, but they held. My stomach roared in protest, a low, embarrassing growl that made me wince. My mouth was still Sahara-dry lips, cracked tongue heavy. The hunger and thirst hadn't magically gone anywhere. But now, there was a new thread in the weave. Hope, not the big cinematic kind where you see the rescue helicopter coming over the ridge. Just the simple animal hope that comes with ordinary noises. If birds felt safe enough to sing, if insects felt safe enough to buzz, if water dared to run out loud across the rocks, then maybe the rules here had shifted back towards something my body understood. I turned slowly, tracking the sound of the stream. It was louder now that I was listening for it specifically. Off to my right, behind a screen of bushes, the pitch of the water rose and fell. More stones there, I guessed. A steeper drop. I stepped away from the pond, without looking back this time. The brush between me and the sound was thin. A few steps, some cautiously parted branches, and then the ground dipped. I saw the glitter of sunlight on moving water. The stream cut across the landscape like a silver scar, maybe 4 feet wide at this point, its banks worn smooth by years of work. Small rocks and pebbles lined its bed, rounded and polished. The water itself was clear, so clear I could see tiny sand eddies swirling at the bottom. I crouched at the edge, grabbed a handful of water, and hesitated only a second before bringing it to my mouth. It was cold. It hit my tongue with a shock that made my whole body flinch, every nerve ending firing at once. Then the cold turned to relief. I drank like an animal, messy, uncivilized, gulping more than I could really handle. Some of it spilled down my chin, soaking into the grimy fabric of my shirt. My stomach cramped a little in protest at the sudden influx, but I didn't care. Tears pricked unexpectedly at the corners of my eyes. Not because the water was some mystical elixir, because it was just water. It tasted like exactly what it was: minerals, earth, a faint tang of plant life. No metallic aftertaste, no strange sweetness. It ran and splashed and made noise and didn't vanish when I looked away. It was the most beautiful, ordinary thing I'd ever seen. When I'd taken the edge off the worst of the thirst, I sat back on my heels and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. My body wanted food now, loudly, insistently. But there wasn't anything I could do about that yet. There was something I could do about the direction. Every survival article I'd ever half read flashed up in my mind. If you're lost, find water. Follow it downhill. Water leads to people. It sounded almost insultingly simple compared to everything else that had happened out here. But simple was all I had. The trail had betrayed me over and over again, reshaping itself, looping me, leading me to places that shouldn't exist. The pond had pulled me back like a magnet, uncaring whether I obeyed any logic. The stream, though water, obeys gravity. If anything still followed the basic rules here, it would be this. I pushed myself to my feet again and shouldered my empty pack out of habit more than need. The straps settled into their familiar grooves. My body, still convinced the pack ought to be heavy, swayed slightly before correcting. I picked a direction downstream. The current was obvious, even in such a small flow. Leaves floated past in that direction, turning lazily. Bubbles slid over stones and disappeared around small bends. The bank sloped gently that way, the ground under my boots tilting almost imperceptibly. I stepped into it. Not the water that I kept to my side, not eager to twist an ankle on a slick rock now that things had finally started to make sense again. I walked along the bank, keeping the stream within arm's reach, letting its sound anchor me. Each footstep came with a noise now. Crunch of pebbles, the soft thud of my boot on damp earth, the occasional crack of a twig. None of it echoed in any dramatic way. It just blended into the forest's hum, added my small human pattern to the bigger soundtrack. Every ordinary sound was a lifeline. Birds shifting on branches above me, the faint plop of something dropping into the water, a stick, a nut, some insect misjudging its trajectory, the weird pinging buzz of whatever insect species ruled this little patch of woods. If silence had been a weight before sound was now a net, it held me up, kept me from sliding back into that feeling of being the only real thing in a dead set. I was one noise among many again. Forgettable. That felt right. I don't know how long I walked like that, measured in heartbeats, and the number of times I scooped more water to my mouth in the way the sun shifted its angle overhead. I was so focused on the stream and the ground in front of me that I almost missed the change ahead. The water's song altered first. The pitch rose as if bouncing off something solid. There was a little more splash in it, more abrupt, irregular notes, like it had hit an obstacle and was working harder to get around it. Then I saw them. 3 figures stood in the stream just ahead, spaced a couple of feet apart, forming a human dam across the water. They were facing away from me, their backs a dark line against the shifting brightness of the stream. Water curled around their boots, real boots, with real laces and scuffs parting and rejoining downstream. Their shoulders lifted and fell in the slow, unmistakable rhythm of breathing. Clothes, hair, the faint tilt of heads as if they were looking at something farther along the bank. My heart kicked up suddenly loud again. I stopped where I was 1 foot, half-raised breath caught in my throat. The forest murmured around us, birds, insects, water, wind. The 3 figures did not move. Not yet. For a moment, all I could do was stare at their backs and feel my heart crawl up into my throat. 3 of them, standing in the stream like they were part of it, ankles braced against the current, shoulders relaxed. 1 in the middle, a little taller. 2 flanking him, slightly staggered. Their outlines were painfully familiar in the worst possible way, people-shaped, unmoving, silent. My brain did a fast, brutal overlay. The cemetery, the pond, that first faceless runner. I saw their blank heads superimposed over these 3, all the features wiped away, those light-drinking ovals turning toward me. My body reacted. Before my thoughts caught up, every muscle in my legs tightened at once, ready to spin me around and drive me back into the trees, away from them, away from water, away from everything. The stream burbled cheerfully around their boots, oblivious. They didn't do anything. They just stood there, backs to me, the line of their shoulders perfectly ordinary. One had a small day pack on. Another had a microfiber towel draped over his neck. Sunlight glanced off a metal carabiner clipped to a belt loop. Normal, normal, normal. And still, my skin crawled. I took a step back without meaning to. A twig snapped under my heel louder than it had any right to be. All three heads tilted just a fraction, like they were tuning in to a station they hadn't known was broadcasting. No. The word flashed hot behind my eyes. Not again. Another step. I could feel my body coiling a spring ready to launch. The forest behind me suddenly seemed very appealing. Dark, yes, but known in the way a recurring nightmare is known. I'd take the shifting trails, the silent trees, the looping pond, over one more faceless thing turning toward me. The center figure moved. Slowly. He lifted his hand, an easy human gesture, and pushed the brim of a baseball cap back from his forehead. The motion was so casual it threw me. His fingers hooked the fabric thumb pressing into the sweat-stained band. He adjusted it a little higher so the sun wasn't in his eyes, then turned. Every nerve I had screamed, "Run." I didn't. I watched. His shoulders rotated first, then his neck, then his head. No glitchy pause, no unnatural pivot. Just the normal biomechanics of a person turning around to see who'd stepped into their space. His face came into view, and it was there, fully messily, blindingly there, eyes squinting a little against the light. Not pits, not voids, actual eyes slightly bloodshot at the edges framed by short dark lashes. A nose a little sunburned across the bridge, pores visible even from where I was standing. Cheeks with stubble, shadow, a day or two past clean-shaven. Lines at the corners of his mouth and between his brows, the kind you earned from years of squinting at things far away. His skin glistened with sweat. A fly buzzed near his temple. He flicked it away with a small, irritated twitch. His mouth opened in a very human, very unsupernatural combination of confusion and concern. "Hey man," he called, his voice riding easily over the sound of the water. American accent, somewhere west of the Mississippi. "You okay?" It hit me harder than any horror I'd seen out there. The words were so ordinary. No echo, no shimmering, no disembodied whisper. Just a guy talking to another guy on a trail, the way I'd heard people talk 1,000 times, in 1,000 other contexts. It broke something open in me. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My throat closed, around whatever sound I might have made. The tension that had been holding my spine straight, my shoulders tight, my jaw clenched, it all let go at once, like someone had cut the strings. My knees gave out. I dropped where I stood on the bank hands, hitting the dirt with a dull thud. My vision blurred, not from some supernatural shift this time, but from tears rushing up faster than I could blink them away. The taller guy's expression changed in an instant. Weird, distant hiker concern melted into alarm. "Whoa. Hey. Hey," he said, and splashed toward me, water spraying up around his legs. "He's going down." The other two turned. I registered fragments, a woman with her hair yanked into a messy bun, wisps sticking to her neck. Another man with a beard and a faded band tee under his open hiking shirt. Full faces, all of them. Eyes, mouths, lines of worry. Real people. They waded out of the stream, without hesitation, boots sloshing, socks soaking through. The sound of their movement was explosive. After the days of muffled nothing, the splash of water displaced the scrape of soles on rock, the creak of fabric, the metallic jingle of something in a pocket. By the time they reached me, I was crying in earnest. Not the neat cinematic single tear. Ugly crying. My chest convulsed. I sucked air in noisy, ragged gulps. It felt like my ribs were trying to crack themselves open from the inside. I wasn't sobbing because I was sad, or even because I was relieved. It was like every emotion that had been trapped, compressed, crammed into small corners of me to make room for survival had finally found a way out. Hey, it's okay," the man with the cap said, dropping to a crouch in front of me. His knees popped audibly as he went down. His voice was close now, clear enough that I could hear the slight rasp from his own exertion. "You hurt? Can you talk?" A hand touched my shoulder. Warm, calloused. The weight of it, real, in a way nothing out here had been for a long time. It didn't pass through me. It didn't hover an inch away. Fingers pressed into muscle testing for resistance. I flinched anyway, a whole body shiver. Easy," the woman said, a different set of hands hovering near my other arm. "He's dehydrated as hell. Look at him. Hey, can you look at me?" I forced my head up. Her face swam into view, eyes narrowed with worry, forehead wrinkled a smear of sunscreen half rubbed in along her hairline. A small silver hoop glinted in her left ear. Her mouth was soft lips pressed together, not to hide anything monstrous, but because she was thinking. No void, no blankness. I let out a sound, then a half sob, half laugh that startled even me. My body folded forward, uncoordinated, and I found myself grabbing for the nearest thing just to stay upright. My fingers closed around a wrist. His skin was warm and slick with sweat. I could feel the throb of his pulse under my grip, fast but steady. He didn't pull away. If anything, his fingers tightened on my shoulder, steadying me. "Jesus," he murmured. "Okay? Okay, buddy? We got you." Behind him, I heard the rip of a zipper. The bearded guy had swung his pack off and dropped it beside us. Nylon rasped against nylon as he dug through it. There was the clink of metal, the soft thunk of something plastic hitting the ground, the crinkle of a wrapper. A bottle cap cracked open with a familiar, heavenly snap. "Here," the woman said. She shifted closer, one knee in the dirt, the other bent. A plastic water bottle appeared in my field of view, beads of condensation sliding down its side. She unscrewed the cap the rest of the way, the threads squeaking lightly, and held it out. My hands shook as I reached for it. "Slow," she warned, even as she guided the bottle toward my mouth. "Little sips first, okay? You chug that and you're gonna puke it right back up, and nobody wants that." It was the most beautiful sentence I'd ever heard. Her tone half joking, half firm, might as well have been a rope thrown down into whatever hole I'd been crawling through. My throat worked. A wet sound escaped me again, somewhere between a yes and a sob. The first mouthful of water was almost too much. Cold, crisp, the plastic tang unavoidable and perfect. It slid over my tongue, down my throat, hit my stomach like a stone dropping into a dry well. My body tried to take more than my mouth could handle. I coughed, choking a little, some of it spilling down my chin. Hey, easy, the guy with the cap said, laugh lines deepening briefly as his mouth quirked. "You're not in a commercial. Breathe between swallows." He sounded like a person who'd made this joke before on other hikes with other friends. The normalcy of it made my chest ache. I tried again, smaller sips this time. Each one hurt a little less. All three of them were close now, a tight triangle of human presence around me. I could hear their breathing, faster than resting, but under control. I could smell them too, sunblock laundry detergent, a hint of someone's deodorant that had lost the fight hours ago. The bearded guy fumbled with something else in his pack and produced a crinkly energy bar. He peeled it open the wrapper, crackling like a brush fire in my ears. "Think you can handle a bite?" he asked, his voice softer than his appearance suggested. "It's chocolate peanut. If you're allergic, now's a really bad time to tell me." I almost laughed again. It came out as a wheeze. "Not allergic," I managed the words, scraping. My own voice startled me how ruined and small it sounded. I had been gone for days, had fallen out of time, had chased shadows and spoken to rocks. None of it seemed sayable. My mouth crumpled around the thing I couldn't put into words. Fresh tears blurred my vision. I bowed my head again, shoulders shaking. Too many feelings trying to squeeze through a throat that still felt like it was lined with sand. The woman's hand moved from my arm to the back of my neck, fingers threading gently into my hair. "You're okay now," she said quietly. "We've got you. Just breathe." Behind her, up the stream, a bird shrieked, once some territorial argument I'd never know the details of. Water splashed over stones, unconcerned. The forest kept talking in 100 small, normal voices. And for the first time, in what felt like a lifetime, I realized I wasn't listening for the silence anymore. The rest of that day exists in my head, like a series of photographs with smeared edges. One frame, the three of them hauling me up, each taking a part of my weight. I remember the feeling of arms under my shoulders, a hand gripping my wrist, my legs trying to remember how to be legs instead of noodles. Another, the stream sliding away to my left as we clambered up the bankwater, noises falling behind us, replaced by the shallower crunch of boots on dry soil and gravel. The guy in the cap, his name was Mark, I found out later, kept up a low, steady stream of talk as we moved. Not the interrogation I half expected, just small, practical things, the way you talk to someone who's just been in a car accident. Trail's not far. Watch that route. Okay, we're gonna take a break in a minute. You're doing good, man. His voice blended with the forest sounds and the ragged metronome of my own breathing. The woman Sarah fussed with the water bottle, rationing my sips. The bearded guy, Tommy, walked a little ahead, calling out when there was a rock or a dip I needed to watch. But the sound that cracked the world open again wasn't any of that. It was a faint static crackle at the edge of hearing. We'd been walking for, 10 minutes. 20 time had gone weird again, but in a less supernatural way, just the smear of exhaustion. The trees thinned. The trail under our feet widened the dirt, more packed, more clearly worn by many boots. I was concentrating on not face planting when a sharp ksh-chee sounded from somewhere ahead. My head snapped up. Another crackle. Then beneath it, a voice tinny and compressed, fighting through the noise. Copy. Negative visual. We're sweeping. Over. Mark let out a short, relieved breath. "That's them," he said. "Thank God." Tommy cupped his hands around his mouth. "Hey," he yelled, his voice cutting through the trees. "We've got him. We found somebody." The forest answered, not with ghosts, with people. Voices floated back, multiple, overlapping. I couldn't make out the words at first, just the tone, sharp, urgent, suddenly focused. Branches snapped somewhere ahead. Footsteps, more than just the three I'd been listening to, crunched on the trail. We rounded a bend, and the trailhead search I hadn't seen or heard for days finally came into view. They were spread out along the path and into the undergrowth, men and women in high-visibility vests, some with rescue or police stenciled on the back. A couple wore helmets. Others had wide-brimmed hats. There were PAX ropes coiled over shoulders, first aid kits clipped to belts, One guy stood a little off to the side, radio in hand, antenna sticking up. The device emitted another crackle as someone on the other end spoke. The sounds hit me in a wave. Walkie-talkies popping in and out of transmission. The dry scrape of gravel under boot soles. Zippers. Velcro ripping. Someone calling my name. My actual name, not buddy. Or man. Over and over, the syllables worn at the edges from repetition. "Here," Mark shouted back. "We've got him right here." Everything sped up. People closed in, splitting, reforming. My 3 hikers handed me off to a new set of hands almost seamlessly. A woman with a medic cross on her vest took my wrist fingers, finding my pulse like she'd done it 1,000 times. Another slid a hand behind my neck, checking range of motion. They talked over and around me, their voices overlapping. Pulses thready but present. "How long you think he's been out?" "Sir, can you tell me your name?" "Get the litter up here." "No, not the wheeled one, the other." The radio barked near my ear. "Subject, located, repeat." "Subject, located male, mid-40s, conscious and breathing. We're bringing him out." For the first time in days, I heard my situation described in words that would make sense on paper. Subject, located, conscious and breathing. I clung to those phrases like they were a rope, even as my vision blurred again. Not from some forest trick, but from the sudden, overwhelming shock of being back in a context where things had labels and procedures. The walkout felt endless and instantaneous at the same time. They put me on a lightweight stretcher litter, they called it, so they could move faster over the rough parts. Hands lifted, coordinated, counting off. The sky flickered through the canopy above as I rocked gently with each step. I watched boots, lot of different boots, mud-encrusted, brand new, lace-tight, a little loose. They stomped and shuffled on the gravel of the main trail, the sound echoing in my bones. Someone's pack squeaked rhythmically with each stride. A carabiner clinked. Every little noise was a reminder that somehow I'd slip back into a world where physics worked. The trail entrance came into view, like a mirage. Cars, actual cars lined up along the access road. An ambulance, its lights off, but ready. A couple of police vehicles. People standing around, holding clipboards, coolers of water, boxes of supplies. The sunlight felt harsher out there, bouncing off metal and glass instead of filtering through leaves. They loaded me into the ambulance. I remember the thump of the doors, closing, the sudden boxed-in quality of the air. The stretcher locking into place with a mechanical click. The paramedic leaning over me, her face closed, the smell of latex and antiseptic coming off her gloves. "Can you hear me?" she asked, shining a pen light into my eyes. "You with me?" I squinted against the brightness. "Yeah," I rasped. "I think so." "That's a good start," she said, and smiled, a small professional curve of her mouth that didn't quite reach her eyes. She stuck electrodes to my chest, the cool gel making me flinch. A monitor somewhere to my right beeped, once, then settled into a steady, intermittent tone. Beep, beep, beep. The most comforting noise in the world. The drive itself was a blur of bumps and movement, the world outside strobing between light and shade through the small rear windows. The paramedic's voice stayed with me, threading through it all, asking questions I only half remember answering. "Do you know what day it is? Do you know where you are? Have you hit your head? Any chest pain? Nausea? Somewhere in there?" My brain latched onto one thought and held it like a lifeline. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. The hospital proved that in the least mystical way possible. Paperwork, fluorescent lights, the smell of disinfectant sharp and clean and strangely nostalgic, the whoosh of automatic doors, the clatter of a gurney's wheels over a threshold. They moved me into an exam room, then a bed, and suddenly my world shrank to white sheets and IV pole, and the steady, relentless beep of a heart monitor at my side. More questions, more hands, blood pressure cuffs squeezing my arm, temperature taken blood, drawn an IV, slipping into a vein with a cold sting. Faces shifted above me, doctors, nurses, a tech or two, all framed by surgical masks and hairnets. Their eyes were alert, but unsurprised. I wasn't the first hiker they'd seen hauled in like this. Tests came next, marching in their own orderly sequence. CT scan. The machine's wide ring swallowing my head for a few minutes, its soft mechanical whirring a strangely gentle sound after the forest's violence. X-rays, blood panels, urine analysis, wires connected and disconnected as they checked my heart, my lungs, my brain. Each time someone came back with results, they used the same words more or less. No acute trauma, no sign of internal bleeding, no obvious neurological damage. Then the summary from the attending physician, a middle-aged man with kindly eyes behind his glasses, and a voice that sounded like it had delivered a lot of bad news and a lot of reassurances over the years. In plain English, he said, after flipping through my chart one more time, "You're incredibly lucky." I stared at him. Luck. Doesn't feel like the word I'd use, I said. He smiled a little at that. I get it, he replied. But your scans are clean. No head injury, no organ damage. What we're seeing is severe dehydration, malnourishment, and exhaustion. When you throw those together, with stress and lack of sleep, you can absolutely experience confusion, disorientation, hallucinations. He dropped the word in gently, like you'd set a fragile vase down on a table. My mind tried to wrap itself around it, to fold faceless figures, vanishing ponds, and silent cemeteries into some kind of fever dream scenario. People lost in remote areas often report seeing and hearing things that aren't there, he continued. And when we look at their physiology, we find similar patterns: electrolyte imbalance, hypoglycemia, dehydration. It messes with perception. The brain's trying to make sense of incomplete information. He said it kindly, rationally, the way anyone with a medical degree and no experience with dimensional barriers would. In that room, with the bright white light washing everything, with the monitor beeping my heart rate in a neat line on the screen, it almost made sense. Almost. Later, when the police and the rescue team rep came to take a statement, the cracks showed. They sat by my bed, one officer with a notebook, the rescue coordinator with a tablet. They asked me to walk them through my hike, start to finish. The more I talked, the stranger it sounded. I edited as I went automatically. I told them about the heat on the hill, how it had felt like the air itself was cooking me from the inside. I told them about the blackout, waking up at night, deciding to turn back my phone, dying my pack, somehow losing gear. I did not tell them about the green sky, or the pond that appeared and vanished, or the faceless things. Even with those omissions, the expression on the coordinator's face went tight. We've been searching this area for days, he said, glancing briefly toward the window, as if he could see the trail from there. Helicopter dogs, ground teams. We swept the whole section between the trailhead and the point where your car was parked. Multiple times. His eyes met mine again. We never saw you. We never heard you either. And we were calling your name a lot. I thought of the valley with the cemetery. The countless times I'd screamed until my throat burned my voice, eaten by nothing. "I never heard you," I said. Sometimes the officer chimed in, pen tapping lightly against his notebook. Terrain plays tricks. Sound carries weird. People can be just over a ridge and not hear each other. It happens. He clearly wanted it to be that simple. For all of us. But as they left chatting quietly in the hallway, I lay back against the pillows and stared at the ceiling tiles, each punctured hole in the foam, lined up in neat factory patterns. Two explanations sat side by side in my head. One, I'd been lost, dehydrated, and terrified. My brain had scrambled the sensory input into something mythic and monstrous. The pond was a regular bit of water I'd circled around. The cemetery was a real local graveyard that didn't happen to be on tourist maps. The people I'd seen without faces were the product of a mind starved of oxygen and sleep. Two, I had slipped somehow sideways. Not far. Not into some anime version of hell. Just half a step out of phase with the world everyone else was using. The searchers and I had been in the same coordinates, but on different layers, calling past each other. The hallucinations were native to that layer. The stream, and the whispers, and the reset were my way back. Lying there under harsh hospital lights, with my vital signs charted in neat numbers, it was easy expected to say it was the first. But sometimes late at night, when the monitors beeped steadily and the hallway sounds faded, and I was alone with my thoughts, I could still feel the rough texture of that headstone under my hand. The cold. The absence where faces should have been. It left me with a feeling I haven't been able to shake since, like there are two worlds laid over each other, matching almost perfectly, but not quite. One is the one we all agree. On roads, hospital search parties with radios. The other is just half a step to the side, close enough to brush against, far enough that most people never know when they do. For a few days on the Milejo Trail, I think I slid into that second one. Maybe I slid all the way back. Maybe I didn't. Most nights now end the same way. It's late. The city outside the window has finally dropped a few gears. Less honking, more distant whoosh of traffic on the expressway. The occasional siren dragging a long, red-blue smear across the walls. The AC in my apartment rattles quietly in the corner, cycling cool air into the same small box of space. The fridge clicks and hums, then falls silent, then rumbles back to life. I sit at the little table by the window, with my laptop open, the blue light painting my fingers, and I read about the place that almost took me. Sai Kung Peninsula, the Milejo Trail. The first few weeks after the hospital, I tried to obey the doctors. Focus on rest, they said. Hydrate. Eat. Don't obsess over what you think you saw. Your brain was under a lot of stress. So I tried to treat the whole thing like a bad dream you don't feed. Ignore it, and it fades. It didn't fade. It waited. So now I feed it on purpose. I scroll through articles and forum threads and Chinese language blogs run through automatic translation. The words blur sometimes, but I keep going. The more I read, the more my own story stops feeling like a one-off psychotic break and starts to look like one chapter in a book that's been writing itself for a long time. They have a name for it, the Sai Kung barrier. Sometimes it's written like a joke, sometimes like a warning. A geographic fault line, they say. A place where magnetic fields get weird, where navigation goes off, where compasses spin. A thin spot, someone else calls it, borrowing from folklore, half a world away. The Bermuda Triangle of South China. Beneath the jokes, the patterns line up uncomfortably well. A hiker who lost only an hour according to his watch, but returned to a wife who swears he was missing all afternoon. Another who swore the trail markers started spelling out the wrong names for villages that don't exist. One woman goes into obsessive detail about a cemetery she found in the middle of nowhere that doesn't appear on any satellite map. She describes stones too old to be in that location, dates that stopped long before the area was developed. A surprising number of them talk about sound. The whole forest went mute, like someone hit a mute button on the world. No wind, no insects, no birds. Just my own breathing. More than a few mentioned missing gear packs that felt wrong, light things they were sure they packed that vanished without any torn seams, without any sign of theft. A couple of them talk around the edges of seeing other people on the trail who didn't quite read as people. No one describes a faceless figure outright. They hedge. Their face didn't look right. I couldn't remember their features afterward. Something about their head. The words get vague where the feelings get sharp. Reading those parts, my hands sometimes start to shake on the keyboard. I'm not the only one. That matters more than I want to admit. There are also the cases that don't end in forum posts. Same peninsula, same rough slice of geography. Elderly local hikers who head out on a route they've walked for decades and never come back. A group of university students who split up at a fork for fun, and only some of them make it back to the meeting point. Search parties combing the same square kilometers over and over, finding nothing but boot prints that stop mid-stride. The officials list the causes the way you'd expect falls. Dehydration, poor planning, bad weather, the sea claiming the careless. The locals have a shorter explanation. The mountain took them. The more I read, the more my own half-baked theory hardens into something I can at least say out loud without laughing. Here's what I think happened to me. The first time I collapsed on that hill, when the heat felt like it was coming from the air itself, when the world snapped from bright morning to full dark in what felt like a blink. That was the moment I fell through. Not in some dramatic science fiction way. No glowing portal. No swirling vortex. Just one version of me continuing forward on the regular trail in the regular world, where the forecast stayed mostly accurate and the search party eventually found nothing but footprints, while the version that's telling you this slid sideways into a near copy. Same trees mostly, same hill, same rough lines on the map, but with certain edits. Sound stripped away, landmarks added or removed, things allowed to walk around that don't bother with faces. A version of the Malayo Trail that overlaps the one everyone else uses, but shifted half a step just enough that we don't normally notice each other. That's why I never heard the search helicopters, even though they swear they flew low. Why the rescuers never heard me scream until my voice broke. We were all shouting into parallel rooms with the same wallpaper. Those days, I spent stumbling from hill to pond, to cemetery, to pond again, weren't happening on my trail anymore. I was lost in what I can only describe reluctantly because it sounds ridiculous as another dimension laid over this one. And if that's true, then what happened at the end? The dream, the whispers, the sense that the ground itself had turned its attention on me wasn't insanity. It was alignment. I'd fought the place at every step, denied it, demanded that it behave, tried to drag it back into the shape the map in my head said it should have. That pond shouldn't be here. There's no cemetery on this trail. Time doesn't jump like that. It wasn't until I ran out of fight, until I put my face in the dirt and finally admitted, not in words, but in whatever deeper language your nervous system uses, that I might die there, that something shifted. I stopped treating the forest like a haunted house and started treating it like what it was, a vast ancient system that barely noticed I existed. And in that moment, with the rocks grinding their slow opinions under me and the stream humming its own old song, it noticed just enough. I aligned with its version of reality, or it aligned with mine. Either way, the next time I opened my eyes, the forest had remembered how to be loud again. Water made noise. Birds sang. Insects complained. A stream showed me the most obvious way downhill and delivered me to 3 strangers who were solidly, gloriously human. That's the story I tell myself anyway, when the doctor's explanation, dehydration, exhaustion, hallucination, feels too small to hold what I remember. And then there's my life now. I'm back in the city, back at my desk job, back to emails and fluorescent lights and the weird burnt coffee smell of the office machine at 3 p.m. My wife rolls her eyes when I reflexively lock the door twice at night. I see my reflection in windows again and recognize it most days. But there are cracks. I can't do silence anymore. If the power goes out and the AC dies and the fridge sighs into stillness, I get up without thinking and turn something on my phone, a fan, a playlist, anything that makes noise. If I wake up in the middle of the night and for even 3 seconds the world feels too quiet, my heart starts pounding like I'm back on that hill. I listen for the faint hum of the building and only relax when I find it. Sometimes walking home late, there's a half block where the traffic noise dips, the streetlights buzz just a little too softly, and I feel that old familiar pressure in my ears, like the world is considering muting itself again. On those nights, I walk faster. And then there's the photo. The one I took that first morning at the trailhead before anything went wrong. I still have it on my phone. For a long time, I couldn't look at it. Then one night, a few months after everything, I pulled it up while I sat in my darkened living room, the TV off, the city leaking neon onto the ceiling through the blinds. There it was, the wooden sign, Maliho Trail. 100 km, the packed dirt path disappearing between the trees, the sky above still clean and blue. It was so normal, it hurt. On impulse, I zoomed in. I don't know what I was expecting to find. A trick of light, a weird artifact from the camera. Proof that my memory had exaggerated the green tint of the later storm. Instead, I found a shadow. Not the natural kind cast by a branch or a rock. This was narrower, taller, tucked between 2 tree trunks just off the line of the trail. At first glance, it was nothing, just a darker vertical smear where the foliage got thick. But the more I looked at it, the more it resolved into a shape. Shoulders. A slight suggestion of a head. A darkness that stayed dark even when I turned the brightness up. When I dragged my finger across the screen and zoomed in as far as the pixels would let me, the grain exploded, but the outline stayed. A person standing there in the shade watching the trail. There are a dozen reasonable explanations. Compression artifact. My brain doing its tired human thing, finding patterns in noise. A trick of shadows on trunks in low resolution. I know that. And yet, when I stare at that blurred little smudge between the trees, there's a sensation I can't shake. The same one I had back in that valley, when the faceless figures turned without eyes and looked straight at me. Like something on the other side of the photograph is aware of me looking back. Like the trail in that picture isn't quite the one I remember stepping onto. Like the version of me that never made it home is still walking out there somewhere in a forest that stays permanently, perfectly silent. I close the photo. The fridge kicks on. The AC hums. A car horn bleats faintly 3 stories down. The city asserts itself in 100 small, mundane noises. I tell myself they belong to the world I woke up in this morning. And then sometimes when I'm alone and the apartment seems to lean in around me, I can't help thinking about you. About where you are right now as you listen to this or read these words. About the sounds in your own house, the air conditioner cycling on and off, pipes ticking in the walls, the distant television through a neighbor's door. And I wonder if the forest around you ever goes completely silent. Are you sure you're still in the same version of the world you woke up in? What unsettles me most about this story isn't the faceless figures or the silent forest. It's the idea that everything terrifying happened just half a step away from ordinary life. The same trees, the same hill, the same trailhead, but experienced in a version of reality that almost nobody else could see. At its core, this isn't just a portal horror story. It's about how fragile our sense of normal really is. One minute, the main character is a burned-out office worker trying to reset with a solo hike. The next, he's in a world where time doesn't behave, sound disappears, and the things that look like people don't have faces. The trail doesn't suddenly become a haunted cartoon with monsters and gore. It becomes slightly wrong. And that slight wrongness is exactly what makes it feel so disturbingly real. There's also something quietly powerful in the way he survives. He doesn't beat the forest. He doesn't solve a riddle or outsmart the dimension. He gets weaker, more scared, more exhausted. He loses every tool he relies on: his phone, his pack, his sense of direction, even his confidence in his own mind. The turning point is not when he fights harder, it's when he finally stops fighting against reality and starts accepting that he might never fully understand it. That surrender isn't giving up. It's a different kind of courage. Lying with his face in the dirt, listening to the whispers in the rocks and water, he becomes small in the best possible way. He lets himself be one tiny thing inside something vast instead of demanding to be the main character in a world that has to make sense for him. And somehow, that humility, the willingness to be just another piece of the landscape, is what opens the door back. Seen from that angle, the story quietly suggests a positive message buried inside all the dread. You can't control everything, but you can choose how you meet the unknown. You don't have to understand a thing completely to survive it. Sometimes acceptance and attention are more powerful than resistance and denial. The ending stays cold on purpose. He's back in his apartment, but he isn't the same, and maybe the world isn't either. He can't stand absolute silence anymore. He can't unsee the idea that there might be other versions of reality brushing up against his. The photo hint suggests that maybe those versions never fully let go of him. But there's a strange kind of hope there too. He did come back. He endured the confusion, the isolation, the terror of not knowing what's real. And he still found his way to human voices, shared water, and a hospital bed. Maybe the story is asking us, when your world glitches, when life suddenly stops making sense, will you keep pretending nothing's wrong? Or will you pay attention, listen deeper, and keep walking anyway? If you were in his place alone on that trail, at the exact moment the forest went completely silent, what do you think you'd do? And what do you want to believe you'd do?